to start the meeting in the next two minutes. I'm told online members are 14. Laura, could you please let us know how many are here physically? Dr. Jingo, can you please tell us how many people have so far registered physically? Quorum is 30 people to start the meeting. We already have 14 online. We have 36 people here present. That means we are beyond quorum. To those who are online, I want to apologize for the delay. Mass went on longer than we had anticipated. And as you know, we are a Catholic-based institution. We couldn't run out of Mass. But we also want to thank you for being patient with us. I want to welcome you all, those online and those physically present here. I'm sure you've all had a look at the agenda of the meeting. I would like to request for a volunteer who has finished breakfast. For those online, if you see us having breakfast, it's not bad manners. We are trying to beat time. We are having a working breakfast. So rather than first have breakfast and keep you waiting, we've decided to have the breakfast as we engage. I'm sure if you're home, you're also munching on something, so I think that is okay. I request for a volunteer to give us an opening prayer. Somebody with the portable microphones, please. Mr. Kawulu, Roger's number, you tend to help us with moving about with the mics. Xavier, are you able to give us an opening prayer, please?
May we humble ourselves. You don't necessarily need to stand. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord Father, we thank you for bringing us back after a whole year. We ask you to be in our midst as we deliberate. And later, as we go into elections, we ask you that we may elect the right members into the executive. And at the end of the meeting, may we go back home safely. I pray all this through Christ our Lord. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you, Saul. The next part on the agenda is adoption of the agenda. If there are no amendments, I request somebody to propose adoption of the agenda and another person seconding. Please share your name and probably your cohort, and then we can move faster. Thank you. Yes, President Emeritus. Who is moving around with the mics? Thank you, President Emeritus. Somebody to second.
Luza Andrew Kagwa, 90, 96. I do second.
All right. Thank you so much. Before we move to the next item, I want to welcome our dear headmaster and thank him for hosting us. This breakfast is prepared by our students, led by their teachers. I also want to thank our deputy headmaster, Mr. Kakuru, for the constant communication and engagement throughout this organization process. I also want to thank Mr. Frank Emoru, who gave us a turkey for our lunch. We thank him. I guess those who will be part of top layer will enjoy it. I don't know how many people can enjoy it, but I'm sure the next president will be the first one in front of the queue. I will hopefully tag along. The next item is self-introduction. I want us to be very quick. I request those online to drop in their messages. I believe if they've scanned online, then we've captured those details. I'll request our usual people who help us with the microphone to probably start from the PTA chairman, then it goes round and then back to the table here. Thank you.
Good morning, Engineer Ronald Katokaizi, Rensk House, 8793.
Good morning to you all. Fred Javida Chaka, 9197 cohort, House Maki.
Dr. Livingstone Sawanyana, 1978, 1983, House Maki.
Deo Vega Kauru, 1975 to 1978. Of course, the Great Maki House. And I now work as Get Together Prefect. Nacoba.
Good morning, Robert Nsereko, 1990 to 96, House Compling.
Good morning, my name is Dismas Nkunda, 1987-89, House Renzi.
Good morning. Peter Odoki is my name. House Campling, 1987 to 93.
Good morning, Sereko James. Hanlon House, cohort 87 to 93.
Luza Andrew Kagwa, 96 Mukasa House.
Serulika Alan, Campling House, 1994 to 1999.
Ivan Lukabwe Zagalo, Mukasa House, 94 to 99.
Nakede Anthony, good morning everyone. 1991-97, Hanon House. Current sports champions.
Good morning everyone. My name is Omondi Collins, 2014-2019, Beerman's House, a former assistant head prefect of the.
Morning, everyone. Edward Atenu is my name. 9702, the Great Madiaba, Doyle House. Thank you.
Solar Bok, 1985-91, Rensing House.
Dennis Etiquette, cohort 98 to 2003, Chonuka House.
Morning, everyone. Jose Richard, cohort 91-97, Maki House.
Morning, everyone.
Brian Sendono from A Few Good Men. That is 2001, 2006. Hanlon House, the champions.
Good morning, all. Good morning, all. Edwin Mugisa Bitamazire, 1982, 1983, Maki House.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm still eating. My name is Dennis Owor, 8591. I'm also the current chairman of Nacoba Sako. Thank you.
Transoke Mire Lindazi. Good morning. Kintu kino kiwodde kiwoomu nnyo. Michael Toskins Wagaba. 99, 2004. Forensic captain, senior health prefect, current cohort chairman. I also was, I played table tennis for the country back in the day.
Morning, everyone. Cornelius Muchibi, Campling House, Kumanyengalu, Pompi. 1990, 1984 to 90. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Francis Senoga, 1984 to 1987. Dear man, definitely.
Good morning, everyone. Stephen Insubuga, Doyle House 91-97. Kaul always likes bragging. Back-to-back football champions in 95 and 96.
Thomas Balikowa Mokoza, 8894, Hanlon House.
Michael Chizito, cohort 8894, Billington House.
Simla Mukwaya, cohort 93, 98. Even the aspiring chairperson of Mukono Central Division, Mr. Sewajan, you are my voter. You are my voter. So I seek also for your votes, please.
Good evening, good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Galabzimuguluma, 99-2004, Biaman's House.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mugisha Raymond, Chwanuka House, 2005, 2010.
Good morning to you all. My name is Martin Birunji, Renzik, 2000, 2005.
Good morning, everybody. Motawe Lobogo is my name. Kaipas House, 96 to 2001. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Hamlet Herbert Hira, 2004-2009, current Vice Chairman, Nacoba Sako. Doyle House.
Andrew Bazanye, Renzik House, 2002-2007.
Xavier Otala, Hanlon House, 2015-2020.
Jesse Magumba, 2000-2005, Renzik House.
Good morning, everyone. Dennis Kakuru Rwabinumi, cohort 91-97, Kaipas House, current deputy head teacher in charge of administration and welfare. Thank you.
Gentlemen, Umaru Mwanga is my name. Hanlon House, the current champions. 1992, 1998, Assistant Mobilization Secretary, Nacoba.
Morning, everyone. George Sechiranda, 2005-2010, Beerman's House.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joseph Kakinda. I'm a secretary, 2007 to 2012, Kaipa's House.
Joseph Serwada, 1982 to 88, Doyle House.
Francis Asisi Chimboa, cohort 2007-2012, Billington House, outgoing mobilization secretary.
Kenneth Amagu, cohort 1996, Maki House, outgoing assistant secretary.
Mutono Andrew Kakoza, cohort 8591, Billington House, outgoing vice president.
Mpuga Constantine Sajabi, 1986-1988, House Hanlon.
Thank you. Matayo Alex Asimwe, 1994 to 99, Mukasa House, the mighty Mukasa House. All right, thank you for the introduction. I just wanted to add two things before I hand over to the secretary. Most times we engage with old boys on the phone. Some we probably never met physically. I wanted to recognize Dr. Mtawi. That gentleman, we speak on a regular. He has been a supporter of the bursary fund. Almost every year he would give us 500,000. He works abroad, and we appreciate that spirit. At one time, I almost accused him of something else, but all in good spirit. We thank you so much, Doctor. I also want to welcome our EXCO member, Mr. Joseph Serada. He's just gone there at the back. Mr. Serada had medical challenges this year, and we are happy to see him. He first appeared at the awards dinner, and it's good to see him join us physically here. Thank you for being with us. I now take this opportunity to hand over to the secretary to guide us through item 4 and also the discussion of the matters arising in our action metrics. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. The minutes start on page 4. So anyone with issues, they will be raised at the end. We shall have a time for reactions. So we can go through, the minutes start on page 4 up to page 6. We have an action matrix on page 7. So do we have any issues on page 4? If there is none arising, we can go to page 5. If you have any on page 5, you will note them. So we shall go to page 6. I hope all those with issues are noting. So next we are on page 7, which is the action matrix and the last phase of the minutes. So let's let them first finish. Okay. So I hope we are done with page 6. The next issue then will be confirmation of these minutes. Yes. Who has the microphone? Who has the microphone?
I just want to note one thing. Okay, I'm not an accountant, but when reporting and you say cash and creditors at start, how do you aggregate that? Cash and creditors or cash and debtors? On page 5. First table.
So because
First, we would confirm after with the changes.
I said page 5. First table, where you aggregate cash and creditors at start, cash and creditors at the end.
Okay, we're going to first confirm the minutes, then we shall come back to the matters arising. Please note that. Okay, we would like someone to propose. The next item on the agenda is confirmation of minutes of the last AGM. So we would like someone to propose that this is the true record of the last AGM. Someone propose and
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. But now how do we confirm when we have questions? We can't confirm this. So I think maybe the treasurer can first clarify on that. Then we confirm that it is indeed a true record. My 2 cents.
Okay. Okay. Let's handle the issues and confirm at once. So you can.
Thank you very much for that question. We all know that the members here and those online are not accountants per se. So we want to put in this book the language that everyone will understand. So if we say cash and creditors at start, we are trying to talk to the common man and not use any accountant's jargon. Thank you. Come. Do
Thank you, Chair. I think through Chair, I think let's present, if we are presenting accounts, let's present the standard way, because someone outside this room will be reading this document. So if it's correcting something, then we can correct, then go to the discussions later.
we will correct that.
Yes. Through your chair. There are 2 things here. One, we are discussing something of the previous year. These are minutes of the AGM that was looking at the other stuff. If this is how it was presented last year, probably wasn't captured, right? It should have been discussed as such, that it hasn't been presented well. If we feel it should be presented differently, we can make those corrections, but we confirm if this is a true reflection of what was presented at last year's AGM. Otherwise, we risk going back, spending this year, discuss 2023. I submit.
Okay. Mr. President, I propose that this line item be amended in the minutes to follow, and we proceed to confirm with amendments.
Yes. Thank you. The secretary is holding chair at the moment. Secretary, please take note, and the treasurer. Mr. Secretary, you're still in chair.
Okay. Anyone? Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, you have to change the style and approach of how you present these figures. Because you are going to amend item 1, you're going to amend item 3, you're going to amend data at start, you're going to amend data at end. But we all have understood and appreciated the mischief being sought, that you want to find the financial position. Although for people who have attended an accounts class, this is a strange presentation, style of presentation. But probably we want to go to the real style, international accepted style. Next, when we present the what? The accounts. That is my, so, Francis, we can proceed because what we want to project is the position. But let it be the style that is understood and accepted universally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, members. We appreciate the guidance and also for comfort. I think this reporting is part of the summarized reporting of the treasurer, but the detailed financials of the auditors accompanied this treasury report. So we appreciate the guidance, and I believe the treasurer will take note. But don't worry, the details of all financials are in the treasury report and the auditor's report. So I think this is a system that the treasurer tried to summarize, but as you can see, the general meeting proposes we stick to the original standard. We appreciate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else with issues regarding the minutes of the last AGM?
Oh, yes. Just a minor one,
Yes.
but again, of fundamental importance. When you read the minutes, you are referring to people. For example, if you say Dr. Livingstone, now, if you look at the attendees, there is no Dr. Livingstone Sewanyan. When you come to the minutes, you are saying Dr. Livingstone Sewanyan. So whom are you referring to? So it's important that in future, we are consistent. It's a minor, but it's of importance because who are you talking about here?
Okay. Thank you. That is noted. Okay. Next we go to the action matrix. So with the action matrix, we shall also deal with matters arising. Yes, someone behind there.
You have talked about the action matrix.
It's the next.
Reaction now?
Yes, it's what we are.
Yes,
dealing
thank
with.
you. I'm Saul Abok, 8591. It's talking about point number 1, that is the ESCO resolved to have a meeting with all house mobilizers and cohort captains. I've noted with concern that the monthly get-togethers are losing steam. And though we had a meeting in January, it's still a growing concern. So I'm proposing that a certain standard amount of money put aside for all houses to help in the organizing of the get-togethers. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know whether you'll be patient with me to respond on the matter of get-togethers in my report because it's captured there. And all I can say that the get-togethers might seem, there's a challenge in organization. In the last, I think 3-4 years, we've made it a habit to capture data so that we respond from an informed view. What has changed is the demographic of the attendance. Before, we used to have high number of Kaurus and low number of the younger generation. Now it's the other way around. We have high numbers of young generation and low numbers of Kauru. But statistically, the numbers actually are consistent year in, year out. So it's just the perception. But we also try to see how we can support the houses to get bigger numbers. But when you look at my report, you look at the numbers, it's relatively standard, year in, year out. Thank you. That we recognize and appreciate. We've tried to be innovative without answering quite a lot what is in our reports. When you look at our finances and our expenditures have grown as the organization grows, so is the demand. Sometimes we want to support, but the coffers are saying a different language, a different response. But hopefully in years where we don't have many major activities, I think EXCO might look at the offers and see how to support.
Yes, please.
Thank you, President and all boys. I just want to enrich your report, President, and to shoot down my brother. So, with respect to mobilization of houses to run their monthly activities, you will appreciate that with the exception of Campling. To add an expense to the executive would be absolutely unfair. It is incumbent upon members of that house to mobilize themselves. To let this come to the executive will lose the whole essence of why this get-together are supposed to be there. If you cannot mobilize your housemates, the executive won't mobilize them for you. So we go back to ourselves and our houses and mobilize. I beg to submit.
Just a small one, Chair. Mr. President. 2 people attended the meeting last time, Francis Senoga and Senoga Francis. I don't know whom you captured it because I see only one name captured.
Should have been deleted as a repetition.
Mr. Senoga, we will rectify that. We also want to note that we've made an improvement. That's why everyone is registering online this time. You give us the proper order of your names. So at the next AGM,
Yes, yes. Yes. Yes, we should rectify. Oh. Yeah, there were 2. No, it was looked at as a repetition initially, but now we get it. We also note that the persons that attended online, their names are not here. We had an issue with retrieving the data, but those who attended, you are noted. Yes. Any other issues?
Hello. Thank you. I attended this meeting physically, but my name is omitted. Edwin Mugisa Vitamazire. Thank you.
Pardon?
Edwin Mugisa Vitamazire. I was here physically, but I'm omitted completely. Thank you.
You registered in the book?
I did. Thank you.
Okay, that's noted. The persons attending online, do we have any issues arising? Assisi. Assisi, do we have any issues online? Okay, for now we can continue with those who are present here. In case you get any, you can raise them. Yes, please.
Ivan Lukawe, 9499. I raise on the point, I think it has been raised by Dr. And also Dr. Sewanyana, how we capture the names. So I want to put a suggestion to the incoming EXCOM. I think it's high time we came up with something to uniquely identify the hobbies. We have characters like house, the cohort, and the names. We cannot just identify ourselves just by name. Can we have a number that works across? If you're registered as an OB, this is your number, and it can move even on to the offshoots. If you're a Nacoba member, you have that unique ID that identifies you. So we shall run away from Zimula Mugwanya being the same person in year 24, year 30, and things like that. I think it's time the EXCOM thought about a unique identifier that can identify you in a house, in the cohort you are in, and also by name. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan Lukawe. Having worked with you for some time and being on EXCO, we have brought that information and that development. So for those of you that the president will talk about the management system for the association. And for those of you that have created accounts there, by the end of today, everyone will have a unique identifier. We are calling it the Nacoba ID, just like the circle has an ID. Thank you very much.
Okay, any other matters? Maybe online. Assis, is there anything online? Okay, there being no other matters, we shall go to the next item on the agenda, and I will hand over to the president to take on from there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The next item on the agenda is the headmaster's report, and I hand over to the headmaster. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. Dear fellow old boys of our beloved college, I warmly welcome you to this annual general meeting. Thank you for having saved this Sunday family day and came to join together at our beloved alma mater to deliberate on matters that are intended to take our association forward. I thank the Lord, who has continued protecting our association and our cherished college since 1902. The same breath, I pray that he continues giving us his protection. Allow me, Chairman and President, and dear members, to congratulate all those of us who have made various achievements in special ways. In a special way, I congratulate the President, Mr. Alex Matayo Asimwe, and his team upon leading this association for the past 2 terms. I also thank them for the kind support rendered to management. In a special way, I appreciate the President who has for all the time sat on the college board of governors and debated on matters with all possible objectivity. Dear old boys, allow me to extend my sympathies to all those who have made trials and tribulations in the past period since we last met. Allow me to also commiserate with us all who have lost our dear ones, especially the old boys. Let us take a moment of silence to pray for the repose of those dear souls. May the souls of our dear departed rest in peace. I wish to tell you that the college has grown in numbers in other proportions, but currently our population stands at 22,051 boys. This growth in number has been mainly brought about by the parents yearning to come and bring their sons to educate them from the college. But also it reflects directly on the growth in population. I want to allay our fears that growth in number will not affect the quality of the boy churned from the gates of the college. If we reflect on other schools of our caliber, Nanyang College for now is the one that has the smallest number, apart from our dear school as you go to Jinja. In academics, we're still among the lead performers in academics. I'm happy to inform you once again, much as we know, that last year we got 10 boys who got 20 points out of the 20 points. So they got maximum points. This was an increase from the 3 in the previous year. The pioneers of the new curriculum also excelled in their UCE examinations and were ranked highly in performance. Allow me to thank, we have here all the boys who support us on the staff. I thank Mr. Kakulu, who is the head. We have Mr. Mweru. I don't know whether there are others, but we have a team of all the students. Mr. Mweru is also on the senior management team. He's the director of studies, and he's here serving a lot of commitment. I thank these gentlemen. Their heart is at the college. These results are mainly due to good discipline among the students, consistent monitored and supervised teaching, evaluation of the students, giving students feedback, and constant student attendance to their allocated lessons. One of the things we try to do here at the college is to ensure that the boys don't easily move out, especially for medical reasons. We treat quite a number of things with our competent and experienced staff. The college has also embraced the teaching and learning process using ICT, which includes tablets that can access information and libraries which are online. They can, in addition, use computers which have acquired over time to access online learning platforms. Many classes have projectors, and a good number of our computers can access learning platforms which have been certified as relevant. People who attended Mass, I want to thank them for having joined us. We are still a prayerful community, and we support church activities in many ways: recollections, Mass, morning prayers, evening prayers, Rosary and the Mass of the Rosary, and many others. We also support the religions we understand. The Anglicans are given training, and many of them were confirmed this term, the Catholics are confirmed so that they can leave the college when they have attained all possible sacraments of their age group. The Muslims still have their place of worship to which they can go at appropriate times to say their prayers. Sports, you are still a good and powerful sports house. We missed the national trophy in rugby, but we managed to get the secondary school rugby sevens, where we took the under 20 and the under 17. We also went to Kakamega with the 3 teams. One of them was rugby, the second one was lawn tennis, and the third was the first one to attend at the college. It was Scrabble. They performed very well. We congratulate them. Soccer, we are growing. These days, Namyang College is no longer a walkover. You don't come to the college when you're not prepared. Badminton, volleyball, hockey, table tennis, we qualified and participated in all these games at national level, but we never qualified to attend the East African Games. Another game that is very common here is Chaplain's Cup. It has been here over time. Started by Father Anseleko, who was our chaplain, to promote football. This year, for the very first time, Senior 2 took the trophy. It's done according to classes. They played a very entertaining game, and they won Senior 3s. In sports, people have mentioned they belong to a winning house, where I also happily belong. Hanlon took the day, and recently they roasted their bull. This bull, I don't have to mention, it came from our farm. I should have mentioned my report that also gives skills development to the boys. The farm is being used to train them. Can we reduce to remove the echo? Thank you. We give the boys skills at the farm. We have cattle, we have rabbits, we have pigs. We also have other things. We have about 2 acres of coffee. This is to train the boys and also influence them to love agriculture, because we think it can be one of their income generating activities when they finally leave college. We give them skills through DIY. DIY is being managed by our old boy, Mr. Chimera Robert. He's normally here. I've not seen him today. But this one is sort of a private program. The parents pay for it separately, and their boys are taught carpentry, robotics, coding, plumbing, electrical installation, bricklaying and construction, among others. Some of these activities are also done in our clubs, but this one is more focused at the development of these skills. Mr. President Chairman, I wish to inform the old students here and those ones online. Times have changed. We have wardens at the college starting this term. I'm seeing one of the recently left old boys smiling. The college decided to recruit 2 wardens to support the boys in the house, especially in the management of sleeping time, cleanliness, closing of the houses, and waking up times. This has happened because the boys that exist in our times are different from the boys we have at the moment. This does not mean in any way that the captains have abdicated their duties. They still work, but under some close supervision. Last time we met, Chairman, I mentioned that we had got funds from AVS, which I'm happy that the President approached the leadership and management of AVS, who gave us some support. One of the things they gave to us was bakery equipment. So we reported that we have that equipment. This year, we are doing our bread internally. All the bread we eat on a daily basis is baked at the college. This has saved us a bit of money, but it's also trained the boys in baking. While they do bread, they also do other confectionaries. And people who belong to that club of the bakery, the money is being accumulated. They will share it as they leave the college. After their cohort completes learning, they're supposed to share and possibly begin their own businesses. Of course, the college is a partner. They will take a percentage. For security reasons and closer monitoring, we have continued to install cameras. Right now, we have cameras in all classrooms, all dormitories, and many places on the compound. The only place that may not have cameras are these rooms. This is the library, senior library, and the staff room, the other side. Otherwise, almost every room that we have at the college is covered and under surveillance by 2 personnel who monitor this 24 hours. I want to say it has improved both the internal security by the boys and also by any intruder. We have been able to arrest a number of people. For the boys, we are more secure with our property than we've been before. Even their hang lines have been secured. So no more sharing of t-shirts. We have also got a male nurse. This nurse is meant to make the boys more comfortable when they come to mention male matters. It has been a request over time, and I'm happy to report to you that these boys have now a male nurse to whom they can open up on fairly private matters. I've mentioned the college farm. It's supporting us in very many ways. But I want to tell you, every day we are taking milk from our farm. We have very many pigs. Unfortunately, the space to rear them has reduced. We could be having now over 80. And now, unfortunately, we're denying the male pigs their rights. To ensure we can accommodate, we can contain the growth in numbers. The Endowment Foundation, I want to recognize the chairman of the Endowment Foundation, Mr. Nakede, John Sempani. The fund has already started implementing its desired dreams. On Namliango Day, we got 20 computers, which have been a very good addition to our computer laboratory. In addition, we are having 8 boys who are being supported by the Endowment Foundation in terms of school fees. We thank everybody who has been able to support the Endowment Fund. I also call upon us all to continue contributing generously to this unique and noble cause. I'm sure we can achieve a lot as college if this Nacoba initiative is given the support it deserves by not only the old boys, but also the contacts of the old boys and the contacts of the college. The parents are already making a contribution on a timely basis. We have made quite a number of achievements. Here listed are quite a few. You've renovated our staff houses. We keep renovating on a timely basis. And someone may hear us renovating. It's not a mere thing of painting. Some of these houses have been in existence for over 50 years. So it's like we are completing a shell of a house. We begin from the roof. We put ceilings where they've not been. People who have lived in the industrials must be aware, some of them, the older ones, there used to be ceiling boards, which some of us could have removed when you are behaving like young people. Now we have put a concrete ceiling which can hardly be destroyed by the young boys. We worked on the windows and everything. For staff houses, even the bathrooms are done afresh to ensure you have good amenities there. So when you talk about 3 houses, you'll be aware that it's like completing a house that is a shell. We have continued to pave the college just for smartness and the more organized movement at the college. Sometimes discipline is created by simple things like creating walkways. So partly the discipline you have at the college is because of the walkways that we kept adding. One of them is just right in front of this block, but you also have others in the house area. We've replaced much of the underground power lines. People who do electricity must know that it's expensive to replace underground power lines, especially on a vast land like Namibia College. You've worked on sewer lines. Many of these things have been old. Some of them just break and you see something blocked. When you move around, it's a block pipe. So the board has over time supported the replacement of the sewer lines. I therefore want to thank at this point members of the board who are present here. Namibia College is lucky. It always has a large representation on the board. Engineer Katoka Izi is just there. He's the chairman, PTA. He also sits on the board. On my right, we have the president. He's also is representing. It has not been, he's representing. He's representing the old boys. We have Mr. Solabok right behind there. He's also on the PTA, but he sits on the finance committee of the board. There is Mr. Sonko. Ronald is another one. He's not present, I think. He has not yet come, but he's the chairman of the finance committee of the board. And definitely Mr. Kakuru, by virtue of being a deputy, he also sits on our college board. So when you sit here as headmaster, you're an old boy, and you have another 5 people around you, they are all supporting the cause of the college, you feel very comfortable. I thank them for the support they give us. We still have challenges. And the biggest challenge is about the growth in population. We are trying to manage. And I think where we are, we shall try to contain and stay at 2051. We have expanded sleeping space. Next year, we shall have added 480 comfortable sleeping positions with all amenities expected of the college in a building. We are starting a classroom block. It has delayed a bit. First of all, in support of the strategic plan. We did a strategic plan. We also have a master plan for the college where every building is supposed to see it. Every development is supposed to be put at the college. We have a design for it. I thank Nacoba consultants because they're behind it. I don't know, Mr. Kakulu will arrange and bring it here with people who work at the college. It's just in the staff room. We can have a look at it at the end of this meeting. We still lack a perimeter wall, but we shall keep constructing slowly by slowly as funds arise. We still need more computers, but while we say we need computers, we also need space for them. When you have that new building, we are going to have a computer lab, but we shall also have an ICT-based library where we shall have computers for research. We already have some computers for research in the Mill Hill Library, and next year we intend to put some computers in this library for the A-levels to access, so that the computer lab, which is existing, only has computers for ICT study. We still have a challenge with our pitches. They're drying, but one of the reasons is driving on those pitches. The numbers have grown, and many parents, including us old boys, have cars. And sometimes mommy drives in, daddy drives in, then the big brothers also drive in. How I wish we could combine and come in one car. We pull vehicles to reduce. But the other reason, our boys play. They enjoy that pitch. All the space you have at the college is enjoyed in the evening. So one of the reasons the grass is drying up is overuse. And possibly the third reason was the rainwater runoff that used to go there. But like I mentioned, one of the things we've done, we've constructed a drainage system that holds the water that comes from the upper school and takes it to the forest on the left-hand side of where we are and the right-hand side of where we are stayed now. Those forests there, they're having, the water is driven there. It no longer goes to the pitches. What we see there now is that what rains directly from up. We thank Nacoba consultants because they supervised that project. They not only supervised, they designed and supervised. Thank you very much, Engineer Subuga. We still have a number of dilapidated staff houses. We have done a number of them over time. And promise we shall continue making the staff comfortable. What we touch, we are sure, apart from painting and replacing broken pipes, it can last for not less than 50 years without doing major renovation. I've mentioned capital projects. The ground floor of that building, the dormitory block, is Chiwanuka House, and the first floor is Billington. I made a mistake when I was typing this. And the upper one, which is going to be the last one, is going to be Kaipas. Once this has happened, all houses will have fairly good numbers for competition, especially in MDD and sports. Mukasa House has 2 blocks. The previous Chiwanuka House was given to Mukasa, so they have 2 blocks and they can accommodate not less than 120 students. The only thing that I've not talked about in capital projects, we connected our generator. I remember last time we reported that we had acquired a big generator. We acquired the big one of that size to accommodate the future projects, because the one which we replaced had been bought in 1989. So we replaced one which can accommodate the same number of years for the future. So it will be able to accommodate. Right now we have added the pumps, we've added the new block, and even other buildings that will be constructed, we shall be able to accommodate. I would like to appreciate, before I conclude, I want to once again appreciate members of this team that sit on our committees that manage the college, the PTA executive and the board of governors. I want to thank all those old boys who lobby for us, whether from government departments or NGOs. We thank them very much. We have an old boy who's lobbying. They gave us internet. I don't know whether we got the password for internet, but we have internet on this block and several other areas. Now we are expecting that those old boys, they are two working in the same department of one government department. They are going to spread internet all over the classroom area up to the pyramid. We thank all those old boys. There are those who donate to us directly. I've mentioned Nacoba, Norman, Campling House. I forget the years, but the 1990, 1992, 98. Last year he gave us some items, and he has done it again this year. He gave us an assortment of textbooks, but also gave us a human model. This model is for the biology lab, and it shows clearly all muscles on a human body, all internal organs, and all bones that exist on a human being. We thank him for that donation. We have a number of us. When I see us here, I see very many faces which also sit in our parents' meetings. I thank the old boys for having trust in our college, for giving us their sons. We thank you very much. Our parents, can our parents stand up for recognition? Our parents, even those ones who have left, those ones who have left, you can see. I know we also have future parents. Onyango. We have old boys who are always here to coach us in various games, especially rugby. All our coaches for rugby are our old boys. We thank those ones who are managing the endowment fund. Mr. Nakedea mentioned him, Mr. Chaka Javira. On my left, you have the secretary, who stands in very well for the headmaster as a very technical person. We thank them very much. But this endowment fund, like we know, is owned by both the old boys and the board of governors. So I thank members of board. They supported this idea very much so it can be passed. And Engineer Kato being a PTA chairman, he drove it through the parents for the support they are giving us. We thank them. We have OBs who have given us other generous contributions, books. OBs have written books and they have shared with us their inspiration. The most current one is Brigadier General Dr. Chiengo James. He gave us a book. Dr. Chiengo is a very big man in the army. He heads medical services, and we are proud to have him there. We also have many others representing us. I'm happy to inform you that while the old boys donate here, we are trying our level best to inculcate the same spirit among the current students. In the chapel I mentioned this year, the senior sixes donated a chair for the main celebrants, a very good and expensive chair. They collected the money from among themselves and they gave us that chair. The senior fours gave us a cordless microphone. This one which allows the priest to move and make his gestures willingly without holding his arms, holding anything in his arms. Today he never used it because it's still a new thing. He uses it for very big occasions. They donate blood. If you are not the biggest, we are one of the biggest institutions that donate blood. The boys are aware that there are people who want to live a little longer and they can only be saved by them. This term alone, we donated 299 units of blood. They support their friends when they don't have, when they know they have not paid fees. Some of them, when they see us disturbing them a lot, sometimes they've collected fees and they've supported. The endowment fund is not rich enough yet to support all the boys that may need fees. So their friends come in to ensure that they don't leave the college. They also support other people away from the college. Very regularly we get people who come to solicit for resources when they're sick and they cannot afford. So they collect money. We try to limit so they don't overstrain, but we try to control how many times they can donate in a term. But someone needs an operation, someone met an accident, and they're lacking resources. We are one of the schools that are known that we donate to such causes. So the boys are also donating in that line. There are many other things they do at the college. All this we are doing and supporting to ensure that we produce a human being who is human. And I want to thank you. Parents, sometimes maybe the boys bother you, but we encourage them to use these resources, not to ask. We don't encourage them to say, we are having such a drive, please daddy or mommy, give us this. We want them to donate the 1,000, the 500 to support such causes. That is being sacrificial. I may have gone on and on and on. A lot happens at the college. On a daily basis, Mr. Kakuru is more vibrant than me when it comes to social media. He puts some of the things on social media. And I pray he continues adding without trying to show. We try to guard the college, not show that we are advertising, but we are giving information that is relevant. I thank you very much once again for having come. I thank the president who has been on our board and is still there for the support. He never misses any meeting and he keeps time. Mr. President, thank you very much. And as you go back, I wish you journey masses. Have a blessed Sunday and a great week ahead. May God bless us. Nis Dominus.
A bigger hand of applause for the headmaster for his leadership and everything he's doing to steer our college. Thank you, Mr. Headmaster. In the interest of time, I would like to inform the people online, if you have a comment from any of these reports, please note it down so that Assisi can write it down, and we shall handle all matters during the item number 9. Better to share your comments earlier so that we don't waste too much time when we get to that item. I take this opportunity to invite the treasurer to give us his report, and he will do the necessary with inviting the auditor to take on his task. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon, everyone, present and online. My report is on page 13, and I hope everyone is there. So to the members of the Namiryango College Old Boys Association, here present and online, I'm pleased to present to you the 2024-2025 Treasurer's Report. Most of the detail has been shown in the different tables that you will see ahead. I'll start with table 1 that summarizes our financials. And now I pick why Dr. Senoga had a problem with the previous table. Forgive us for the typo. The right word should have been receivables as put in this one on page 13. So we'll correct that from the previous minutes. So the cash and receivables that we had as we were starting this year was that figure, about 9.5 million shillings. Now payable is the money we were supposed to pay of that 9 million. That was about 3.8 million shillings. So we had a cool 5.5 million shillings to start the year. And throughout the year, we earned about 215 million shillings in income. But our total expenditure, having had 2 huge events, the gala and the dinner, shot to about 216 million shillings. If you go by just what we earned, it would be about a deficit of about 1.2. But you can see we had about 5.5 million to start the year, so this was not a problem. We have ended the year with cash and receivables of about 8 million shillings. But of that 8 million shillings, we have to pay out about 4.3. So the next exco will have about 3.6 million shillings to start the year. That's the financial summary for you. I want to go through the subscriptions. So annual and lifetime subscription fees are a key source of funding for this association. And all boys at the university, as you all know, pay about 20,000 shillings per year as annual subscription, while those of you that are out of university pay 50,000 shillings for the whole year. There's lifetime membership, and that's 2 million shillings, and that's paid once. We welcome subscription for past years and future years as well. Because someone comes up and says, you know, I didn't pay 2 years ago, can I pay now for those 2 years that are past? We welcome that, and I'll break down that as we go forward. So we are grateful to Nacoba Circle as well. Nacoba Circle picks and remits to the association most of the payments from the previous years. A total of 45,530,000 shillings was collected as subscription fees for the financial year 2024-2025, as you'll see in the audit report in the pages ahead. We thank you so much, old boys of Namiryango College, for that huge contribution. So below is how that money was raised in the different quarters of the year. I am not going to go through this table 2, but I try to show you where EXCO has the easiest quarters in terms of collecting funds and the harder quarters. So that's table 2, quarter 1, quarter 2, 3, and 4. We break down how you sent us the funds. I want to go to table 3 on the same page. And table 3 shows details of the past and future payments that we've received within the year 2024-2025. So if Wakabi wants to pay for 2028-2029, we capture that in 2024-2025. And the breakdown below is those boys, those old boys that have chosen to pay ahead of time. Hamlet, we are together. So 25-26, that is the current year, about 22 people gave us money last year, said, I'm not waiting for the year to start, here is my money. And then 26-27 was 7. There's only one person who has paid up to 28-29. We thank you so much, old boys. But also thank those that pay backwards. I know the financial year is past, but I did not pay. I am paying now. So as you can see, 23-24 had about 14 people giving us their subscription for that year, and we raised about 700,000. And then 22-23, there's people who are paying as far back as 21-22, because for some reason they had not paid, 5 of them. Like I said, we say a big thank you to the circle. It collects the biggest money from, I don't want to use the word defaulters, but there's 228 that are paid through the circle and are paying for 2023, 2024. Please turn the page to 14. And table 4 has the top performers in the different subscription categories for 2024-2025. And among the people who, the OBs that are still students that give us 20,000, a big round of applause to 2014-2018 cohort. It had 9 people. 16-20 had 5, and number 3 was 2015-2020 that had 4 people giving us 20,000 each. Thank you very much. There's ordinary subscription, the old boys that give us 50,000 a year. Mutawe's cohort, 1996-2001, had the biggest number, 31 members. The cohort 1992-1998 had only 12. And the cohort 91-97 had 11. So the others had less numbers, the whole year, 12 months subscription. Lifetime, the first position was taken by the cohort 94-99. 5 members giving us 2 million shillings. Thank you so much, 94-99. Mr. President, we hope you didn't play politics there. Then the cohort 82-88 had 2 members committing to pay 2 million shillings. Thank you very much. And then we also listed about 5 other cohorts that had at least 1 member coming out and paying lifetime subscription, 2 million shillings. The cohort of 89, Team Madiaba, 1997-2002, 98, 2002, and the cohort of 2007, each had a member paying, committing 2 million shillings to the association. So since the inception of lifetime subscription in 2002, 2003, a total of 30 OBs have so far paid up. We want to encourage all those that are here and are able to give the association lifetime subscription of 2 million shillings to please come up. So table 5 below shows the trend, and the big boys, please allow me call them big boys, in the lifetime subscription world. If you've just paid, this report is for 2024-2025. So overall lifetime subscription, on your left, on your far left, I break down how we get to 30. So in 2022-2026, there were 6 people. The following year, 2023-2024, 13. And 2024-2025, the year we are closing, had 11. So that's a total of 30 people that have so far paid. And if you look at all those 30, Again, 94.99 stands out. Ivan Lukabu, we don't know how you do it, but a total of 6 members from that cohort have committed 2 million shillings to the association. It is followed by the cohort of 1990 and 1996. Yes, the seniors have only 3 from that cohort. But you come in as number 2. All the others do not get to that number. As I'm about to close the treasurer's report, I want to take you through the overall big boys and small boys for 2024-2025. So we did combine all the monies that came through in the year, and the big boys in terms of funds are 94.99, a total of 10.7 million shillings committed to the association in the year 2024-2025. Team Madiaba, 1997-2002 comes in second. We have committed 3.3 million shillings as a cohort to the association. The cohort 1989-1995, thank you very much, 2.9 million shillings. Cohort 2007-2012, 2.55. And in position 5 is cohort 2002-2007, 2.5 million. Thank you very much. The big boys in terms of numbers, like I mentioned, Wakabi's year 96-2001 had the biggest number submitting subscription, 47 OBs. Closely followed by the year that was below them, 97-2002, 27 OBs paying subscription in the year. And then 91-97, 26 shared by 92-98. Thank you for bringing in 26 people paying subscription. And 1987-1993 had 24 people paying subscription. Let me use the same platform to mention the small boys. Yeah? The people with the least numbers. The cohort 81-97, the entire 12 months had only 1 person pay subscription. We hope and pray that you up these numbers in the next financial year. Small boys. I begged to allow me call you small boys. And in the same breath is 2012-2017, 2017-2022, only 1 person. And then 2013-2018, the peers had only 2. And then 2018-2023 had only 2 commit. So if you've looked for your cohort and it has not been in any of those that I've mentioned, I have put table 7. Table 7 goes from 14, page 14, up to page 15. That is how your cohort did in the year. Your total number of people that contributed. So Galabuzi, please, you can look at page 15 and see how your cohort did. You can either be proud of the cohort let's move to page 16, gentlemen. Page 16 shows a detailed budget for the sports gala. The auditors will come up and give a summary. But there's amounts that were lumped up there, and members could, for some reason, have quite a number of questions. So we'll refer you to this page. We put it for your reference for what you will see under the sports gala. But then let's go to page 18. That is our proposed budget for the next exco, a total of 115 million expenditure. And if all goes well, we will collect about 117 million in total. Subscription contributing about 47, and then we'll dedicate effort to sponsorships and donations for about 35 million. Cohort gala fees, we intend to collect 32 million, and then that total will be about 117 as our funding budget. So as I conclude, gentlemen, as I hand over office, I reaffirm that Nacoba is financially stable and that the next office bearer is taking on a financially sound association. I urge them to always prioritize prudent financial management and transparency. Please read through the pages ahead for the audited report, but before you read, I want to invite the auditor from Rossello and Associates to take us through the official audit report. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Microphone for the auditor, please.
Thank you very much, dear old boys. My name is Roger Semakula Lulika, 8285. Beerman's house. Not these houses which are being merged. It's Beerman's house. There is no chance of merging Beerman's. You'll have to break. I was the auditor of Nacoba for this just ended financial year, and as auditors, we just express an opinion. You prepare the accounts, we come, we review them, and express an opinion. So I'm going to restrict myself to only page 23. We audited the accounts of Nacoba for the year ended 30th September 2025. In our opinion, the financial statements show a true and fair view. I thank Dr. Jingo. This time, the accounts of Nacoba have improved greatly, and there are a number of innovations. In those earlier years, you had to do the accounting first, then you do the audit. These days, we do the audit on. So thank you very much, Dr. Jing and your team. So we conducted our audit in accordance with the international standards of auditing and guidelines issued by ICPAU. Our responsibilities are further described in the auditor's responsibilities. We are independent of the Old Boys Association, and we have fulfilled other ethical responsibilities in accordance with these requirements. Now, the key audit matter which we sorted with the management is thinness. When you look at the budget, you are collecting 117 and spending 115. It means you are thin. The margins are thin. Almost whatever you are collecting, you are spending. So that matter we resolved with the management, and they promised to be innovative to try to boost our reserves. You know, when you are thin, let me say we default by 50% by not paying our subscriptions. Then the Old Boys Association will be at very, very high risk. So you find that one of the tasks of management is to try to increase the subscriptions such that we can increase the margin between what we receive and what we spend. That was the key audit matter. The other matter I want to conclude with is it's on page 30. Page 30, number 1 only. Now, when we are auditing some of these association accounts, the standards have not been very clear. So we have been using a standard called the International Financial Reporting Standard for SMEs. But now recently, the International Federation of Accountants released the standard called the INPAS, the International Not-for-Profit Accounting Standards. So that's the standard we are going to use for 2026. That's just a small matter which I believe I needed to bring to your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our auditor, for your brief remarks and appreciation of our financial reporting of data capture. Before we go to the next item, I want to deliver good news to our treasurer that the headmaster has whispered good words to me that by the end of this year, he will have paid up his lifetime subscription. Before I hand over office, you're all welcome to whisper more to me any good news of lifetime membership. Thank you. I'll try to make sure we beat time. Next is the President's report, page 37. I am honored to present to you my report as required by Article 12.2 of our Constitution. The report gives an account of our performance in the last 12 months as we prepare to hand over office to a new executive. This has been a busy year for the executive, hosting 2 major events, and below are areas we focused on. Our collaboration with the NACO Fund, growing our fund, the college ICT project, growth of our sponsors, engagement with college and university chapters, transition from analog to digital operations. As you can see now, the days of registering with a book are gone. You come scan, if you don't have a smartphone, we can still lend you hours and you register. And also stability of our financials. There's a need for our association to play an impactful role in growing the Namilyango College Peregrine Endowment Fund. We are major owners of this fund. It is important the executive works hand in hand with the NACO Fund to see how, as the fraternity, we can improve and grow this fund and hit our targets. This we began with the college ICT 5-year strategic plan and call upon all members to contribute generously to the fund. On behalf of the executive, I would like to thank the fraternity for your support over the last 2 years. As I pass on the torch today, I'm filled with confidence for the future of the association because of the ever-growing ever-presence of the older generation and the growth in numbers of the younger generation partaking in the activities of the association. I congratulate old boys who have made significant achievements and milestones in their personal and professional lives. We wish all the old boys who have offered themselves, this is a political season, who have offered themselves for political office in the 2026 general elections. We wish you all the best. We have no colors. We support all old boys irrespective of your party affiliations. To those that have experienced personal family tragedies, we stand with you. Unfortunately, the hand of death has not spared the fraternity. We lost George William Samula, James Kalule, Dismas Mbabazi, Idrissa Nyombi, and recently Charles Kataratambi. May we have a moment of silence for our brothers. May their souls and souls of the faithfully departed, through the mercy of God, rest in eternal peace. Our new activities, the college celebrated 123 years in March this year, and I congratulate the administration for the organization and the work done. For those of us who religiously attend these events, I think we can testify that the organization and setup is fantastic, and we are proud to be part of that. We also carry out our career guidance and medical camp the day before Namilyango Day. I want to thank all old boys who partake in sharing knowledge with our students and also giving health tips and all medical assistance to the community around Namilyango. Members of the community are grateful to our association. We also held our 5th Nacoba Awards dinner on the 1st of August. And our keynote speaker was one of our own, Honorable Norbert Mao. The theme of the dinner was ICT competence-based education in Namirango College. We had a fundraising drive towards the ICT ecosystem of the college to create an interactive teaching and learning environment for our students. The entire 5-year project requires 5 billion shillings. Our target as Nacoba and the NACO Fund is to raise 1.3 billion shillings. I'm happy to report at the dinner, we managed to collect 50 million in cash, and the fundraising is still ongoing, and we hope many of you can contribute generously. The NACO Fund is approaching as many people as possible to continue supporting our fund. In the spirit of engaging our younger generation, this year we decided to invite our college students. We requested parents to pay for their students so that they can be part of us and part of our activities. This year we had 43 students who joined us at the dinner. I'm sure they were very happy and excited. We also had alumni associations, sister alumni associations that joined us. And I also want to appreciate our sponsors. As you can see them there, but I just want to give you statistics of our performance with the dinner in 2023 compared to the recent one we had. Attendance in 2023 was 208, and this year we had 370 people attending the dinner. We also made an improvement with our sponsors and advertisers. 2023 we had 6, and this time we greatly improved and had 13 companies joining us. I believe once we continue with this partnership, it is possible for us to seek bigger sponsorship packages from these entities once they see the value and the growth of our brand. Below on that table, those were the winners in the different categories. We have 8 categories. And I once again congratulate all the winners on that night. We also recognize all those people that were nominated. The fact that your peers have nominated you is a recognition for the good work you're doing in our communities. We did also recognize our oldest OB. I request members at the back to keep the volume low. We did recognize our oldest OB, Mr. Midoli Daniel, who was here in 1945-48. As you know, he always joins us, even at the AGM once he's well. Today he's not with us, but I think I saw he's attending virtually. We thank you for your spirit and brotherhood. And I also want to appreciate our awards and election committee. They do a good job. We might not rarely recognize them, but they do a great work, a great job behind the scenes in making sure we have worthy nominees. And they are also in charge of our election this evening. So we thank them for the good work, and may they continue committed to the association. We also held our 15th Family Sports Gala at MOBS. We thank our friends at MOBS who have always welcomed us. This year, we also tried to spice up our gala. We are a single-based school. Majority of you turn up with not all Sarahs. So we made sure that we invited our sister alumni associations. We invited our friends from Namagunga, Gayaza, Nabingo, Maryhill, and even the ladies from one of our regular sponsors, Finfort. They did take part in 4 by 100 meters relay. They were meant to also take part in sack race, but the weather did not permit us to do that. But they did enjoy, and they made the event colorful. We had 23 cohorts contribute and take part, and I thank our sponsors. We had 10 activities, of course, 8 two we couldn't take part in because of the weather. I want to thank our service providers. Legacy, Brand House, Uganda Police, MOBS, and Corporate League. These have been our regular service providers. They understand our association, they are patient with us, and they always deliver a good service at every event we host. We thank them for that. We also had our entertainment from Akadopo Band. I'm sure most of you enjoyed that night. Just below is a table, overall table, of the different activities and percent wins, and the overall winners of the gala were 2016 and 2022. We congratulate them. Our monthly get-togethers, this is an issue that was raised earlier. We've made it our commitment to ensure that we have statistics to back up our performances with the get-togethers, so that where we see challenges, we see how we can help out. As you can see, statistics of 2023, 2024, and the current statistics, of course, the top three big boys remain Doyle House, Hanlon House, and Mukasa House. Those continue to pull the biggest numbers. So when you look at those numbers, you see it is more of a stable number. Some houses continue to have challenges. They are not new. I think the next EXCO will look at innovative ways of seeing how we can support in terms of leadership of these houses, so that they can host numbers and also host us and in big numbers. Some of these houses that have challenges have began having this issue of sharing their flyer a bit late to limit numbers of people attending so that they don't have to serve too many people. We continue to inform you that the importance of the get-together is for us to meet and for us to listen to our presenters. Whatever you have, we shall eat. Don't try to compete against Mukasa or Doyle. You give us what you have, we shall appreciate. Governance, I've discharged my duties on the college board of governors and on the academics, disciplinary, and public relations committee. I want to state that once I hand over today, next week I'll write to the board to tender in my resignation so that the next president can take up office immediately. I do not intend to stick around when the position is for the sitting president. I want to thank the headmaster and the deputies who have always listened to us patiently, who have always taken up our ideas. Sometimes we have too many ideas, but you've been patient with us, and we appreciate the good work that you've done and you continue to do. Our investment policy, which we launched last year, I'm happy to inform you that Nacoba opened an account with the SACCO. We are now members of the SACCO. That is one part. We need to save money with the SACCO. So I urge you all, those capable of paying lifetime membership, that helps the association greatly. If you can't pay lifetime membership, at least pay ordinary membership or student membership, so that we continue the spirit of saving. Management system, branding, and communication. As you can see, we have a new system of registration. We tested it at the awards dinner, and we've continued using it at get-togethers and even this AGM. This is the way to go, and we believe that this will be the process that we continue using. But we've also developed a portal for old boys to create accounts, so that once you've created your account, you'll get that unique identifying number. It is still in the testing process. EXCO members have used it. We are now testing it with captains so that we can get feedback before we roll it out to the entire fraternity. As you know, these things of IT, you don't just roll out, otherwise you can make many mistakes. So we intend to take one step at a time. For those who have not used it, you can just go to our website. At the top, you will see a blue label of Nacoba portal. Not blue label, the drink, but so from that image you get there, those are two images in one. It gives you an indication of what the platform will be capturing. So that as a member, you can know when you're due subscription, your activities that you attend, your responsibilities at the college and exco, and even in your own cohort. So it will be a good data capturing management system. Memorabilia, as you entered, you saw our memorabilia there. Please buy and move around proudly with memorabilia of Nacoba. We have continued the practice of profiling our old boys. This, we hope, will continue with the next EXCO. In regards to corporate social responsibility, we've had a number of activities that we've engaged in, we've supported. Currently, the ICT project is our main project as old boys that we are focusing on, so that we can have a signature project at this college. As the headmaster mentioned, internet is being installed widely on the campus. We are looking at all the teaching staff to have IT hardware, and all students above 2,000 to have access to these gadgets. So that is a 5-year strategic plan, and we hope Nacoba and the NACO Fund will continue working hand in hand with the college administration to ensure that in these 5 next years, this project is completed within those 5 years. Our friends, University chapter of Ngonga Mast had a fundraising drive to raise 10 million shillings towards renovation of the pediatric ward at Mbarara Referral Hospital. Nacoba Fraternity contributed 4.6 million shillings, and I appreciate all old boys and friends of Nacoba that contributed generously to this project. I thank you for that. Nacoba also contributed 3 million shillings towards the uniform of the college brass band. I thank you for that. Today, the chaplain appreciated our generosity, and in those moments, like any other person, when you have visitors, you take that opportunity to throw in another prayer. The chaplain mentioned that the college has a plan of getting uniform for the choir, and he was hoping that Nacoba can also generously contribute towards this. That is a matter for the next EXCO to take note and support our college. I want to thank cohort 9096 that donated lawn tennis balls, 200, to the college, 14 tennis racks, renovated the tennis courts, and offered a coach who will turn up at least once a month to train the students. 92, 98 donated rugby balls. We thank them. The headmaster has already mentioned Mr. Kauma Norman for his contribution. And I also want to thank cohort 91, 97, led by Deputy HM, Mr. Kakuru, who mobilized and donated 8 new marker boards to the college. We hope the college takes that step. After that donation, they also increase on changing and removing these blackboards we might be old, but we need to move on and ensure we invest heavily in the education of our students. I want to thank old boys that continue to support students here with school fees. Some of them prefer remaining anonymous, but we do appreciate your spirit of brotherhood. I also want to thank Dr. Fulgencia Kaiso, who is working with the college administration to develop a concept note that will support the establishment of a museum on this campus. I also want to thank Mr. Frank Emoru, who is working with the college to upgrade the banana plantation to turn it into a business venture at the farm. We thank all old boys for your generous ideas and contributions. As an association, we've continued to be invited by alumni associations. Mary Hill invited us for a dinner, and Mr. Sisi represented us. We thank you for that. And I want to also thank the Vice President and the Assistant Secretary who also represented us at the Sports Gala of Nabingo. Our university chapters, they continue to grow, and we appreciate and we continue to work with them. We attended their handover dinner, the Ngonga Mast in Barara. And as I mentioned, on that day, the Save a Child, Farambe, contributed over 11 million in cash. We thank them for that spirit. The Ngonga Kampala chapter has also continued to grow, and recently they had a project, Keep the Dream Alive. They were buying scholastic material for P7 pupils in the areas of Katanga, Greater Makere community. I thank their president. I saw the pictures recently. They delivered those materials, and we thank them for taking our brand to different communities so that people understand and appreciate the brand Nacoba. We thank them so much. Our offshoots and endowment fund, the headmaster has spoken quite in details in regards to our fund. As I mentioned, we need to continue contributing generously. They have already started contributing towards fees of 8 students per year. We thank them for that. They've already donated 20 computers, and they intend to donate more, and we appreciate the work they are doing. I also want to introduce, they recently hired an admin. I want to introduce Carol. Carol, please stand up so that members can see you. Carol is the NACO Fund admin, so when you get a call from her, don't think it is this Bafere on the phone. And we believe her introduction will do a great deal in growing the fund. Thank you, Carol. Our circle continues to grow, and we want to appreciate the good work they are doing. We are known as the biggest alumni circle. We appreciate the leadership of the circle for the great work you're doing, and also the support that you give Nacoba. They recently gave us 6 million shillings towards our annual activities. We appreciate that, and they've always collected our subscription. We don't take that for granted. The circle continues to grow. As you can see, the membership has grown over the years. In the last financial books, they have 572. We believe that is a low number. I think we can go higher. They have, you can look at the statistics of the loan portfolio, membership savings, but I also want to take you to the financial services that they have. Those are the different SACCO products and services. Please join. It is no good for us, for the SACCO, to have money sitting there if you're not borrowing. Please borrow, but also make sure you pay back. The SACCO introduced a student's account. Parents have started saving for their students. For those parents who are here, who have students here, make sure that your boys have accounts. As I mentioned, corporate social responsibility of the SACCO, it has continued to grow its bag of generosity, and recently they gave out 11.4 million towards corporate social responsibility. We appreciate that. As I mentioned earlier, 6 million towards Nacoba and 4 million shillings towards the NACO fund. We thank you so much for that. They have, of course, the new Nacoba estate. Members, if you're a SACCO member, please make sure you can buy a plot at a reasonable amount. You can be a neighbor of your friend. If you do not wish to be a neighbor of somebody, you can still buy a plot at a different location, but within the estate. So if Bob doesn't want to be close to Dismas, the SACCO can make that arrangement. The Ngo League has continued to grow, and we appreciate the work that they are doing. They are into their 5th season. Their financials are stable. It is always a good thing. We take pride when our offshoots, or even ourselves when we are doing well. Organizing these events is not easy. The challenges they go through are no different from the challenges Nacoba goes through. Ngonians have a habit of paying late. And they pay late, yet they demand quality services. And you wonder, how do you expect your EXCO to deliver when the finances come in a bit late? So I urge you, please don't make your executive grow gray hair because of the pressure you put them on. But we appreciate what they are doing. They've grown financially. They've had champions. I see Los Bandidos have won twice. We congratulate them. We look at the statistics there of best goalkeeper assistant. We appreciate that. And also the cohorts that are taking part continue to grow. I want to appreciate the spirit of the younger generation in doing something that keeps them engaged. And also they created a new format for this season. I don't know whether our FUFA president copied from them, but I don't think they gave him all the answers because they seem to be doing well, and for him, he had to change the format. But we thank the chairman on the Ngo League and his executive for the good work that they do. Compassionate admission. This is an area that all prospective parents, Mr. Headmaster, take greater keen. The policy remains the same. But I want to first thank the headmaster, who has always been patient with our numbers. And he has always looked after us. We don't take that for granted. And also the policy that we adopted of making sure that all the letters are handed out before selection process starts, eases the headmaster's work. We don't want to send a list when he's already gone to selection. Then you give him a headache. He doesn't know what the number of your prayer is. And we appreciate Mr. Headmaster. So old boys, policy remains the same. Biological sons of old boys who are active, not just on social media platforms, in our activities. Should have put Namilyango as first choice. If you don't put Namilyango first choice, don't bother disturbing the president. Should have scored, wrote more than 3 points. We should actually be appreciative of what the headmaster does, because even these 3 points, it's a board of governors. At some point, they might decide to reduce it to +2 or +1 because of the growth of numbers. Just make sure your children get 4 and 5. It makes our work easier. And you should have a recommendation letter signed by the Nacoba president. Don't deliver a letter to the headmaster claiming that somebody on EXCO sent a letter, signed a letter for you. Only letters from the president are recognized. And the list of all those who have been issued letters is sent to the headmaster for verification. You know, people can be very clever. They see our signatures online, they see it's easy to come up with a letterhead, but on those letters we put a serial number to make sure that they match the list and the people we've given letters to. Targets for the next 12 months. Collaboration with the NACO Fund board in growing contributions towards the fund, college ICT educational project, seeking bigger sponsorship packages, and we should be able to achieve a minimum annual subscription of 30 members per cohort. Our numbers, we are still not there yet. I think every cohort can push to 30. Growth in sales of our Nacoba memorabilia and strengthening our engagement with university chapters. Conclusion. As my term as president comes to a close, I want to take a moment to express my deepest gratitude for the privilege of serving as your leader. It has been an honor and a truly rewarding experience. During our overall 4 years in office, we embarked on the following: stability of our coffers through various revenue streams, including lifetime membership; brand growth, developing a branding guide with a new logo, and Nacoba fully registered trademark, and set up new social media platforms to boost our visibility. Partnerships with a number of companies to support our events, also supporting college projects. We have the bakery and farm, the Avis project, and also developing the 5-year ICT strategic plan. We've also had regular engagement with the college and university students. We've formalized and harmonized cooperation with offshoots through signing MOUs, constitutional amendments to establish cohort leadership and an independent election committee, daily operations of the Nacoba office through hiring an office admin. I would like Laura to stand up for recognition. Laura has been with us since 2022. And she continues to do a wonderful job. We also developed an operation and financial policy to guide the executive, so that whichever executive is in office, it finds policies that guide them in their daily operations. We've transitioned from analog to digital operation systems. We developed a 5-year Nacoba strategic plan, and also the NACO Fund, which was the idea of President Emeritus Kamara. We made sure we registered it so that it starts operations. Challenges. Membership subscription is still low. We should have at least 1,000 members paying annually. As you can see, the organization costs continue growing. Late payment, I mentioned that at our events, people tend to pay late. We need to do better. And also we've had this, I must accept, we've had a challenge with engagement with the diaspora chapters. They have WhatsApp groups, but because of their locations among themselves, engagement has been a challenge. We hope the new team will continue engaging them to see. But the good thing is that at least we know those members are active in their cohorts and also the general groups. I'm also incredibly grateful for the dedication of my fellow executive members. I want to thank you for the good work you continue doing. You make me look good. I appreciate that. And I also want to appreciate our sponsors and our service providers. Special recognition to 3 members of the association: Mr. Deo Rubega Kawuru, Mr. Rogers Nambale, and Andrew Bazanye. These are people who served EXCO long ago, but they are always there to support us in organization of events, even ideas. Some of these flyers that we see that we share on a regular are designed by Mr. Bazanye on pro bono. So we don't take those, such kind of support. We appreciate, and I will inform the next EXCO, please do not lose contact of these people. They have great experience of how Nacoba has operated for a long time, and their ideas are always there to help us grow the association. I also want to thank the cohort captains and get-together prefects for the good job they continue doing in mobilization of old boys. The growth of our offshoots is testament of the Ngonian spirit and their willingness to continue towards the growth of the brand. I want to thank the Board of Governors, PTA, Headmaster, Old Boys for your perpetual support to the college and Nacoba. To the next team, not everything you touch will turn into magic. Remain optimistic with the process and don't be afraid to get a few things wrong. I wish the next president and his team all the success. Thank you very much. Nis Dominus. Thank you very much. I think at this moment, we go to item 9, matters arising from all the reports that have been shared. We shall take, I'll need support from our usual people with the microphone on the floor. We shall pick 3 people here. We respond to their questions. Then we go to 3 people online. We keep interchanging until we are done. Let's also try to complete this process probably in the next 30, maximum 40 minutes. Members with the microphone, pick 3 people, and then we can respond to those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President and Treasurer. My point is to the Treasurer, and it goes to the new EXCO. I have seen reports on lifetime membership, and from a circle perspective, when I look at the numbers, I'm worried. You collected money from members over a lifetime. But when I look at the closing figure of the cash and cash equivalents, I don't see the money. We have collected future money and spent it now. What happens if all members pay lifetime membership? Can we exist for the next 5 years? So as we plan for the future, money can be tempting and exciting when you have it in your hands. The budgets will continue growing, but when it comes to lifetime membership, we should find a way of having discipline with it. We invest it, and maybe we can spend the proceeds from the investments in the current year. Otherwise, if members pay, then we risk having years where there is no money in the coffers. So I put that on the new EXCO that is coming. The new treasurer, whoever that will be, and the president, please put that into consideration. And let us get this habit. I'm glad that you've joined you've opened up an account with the circle. Please always feel free to come, and we have very nice ideas. We can always have, conversations here with the chairman on how to structure some of these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
as President Emeritus, and I believe my colleagues, President Emeritus Fred and Matthias, will agree, your leadership has been exemplary. I therefore wish to invite this august House to pass a resolution to that effect, that we resolve that your leadership has been exemplary, stellar, innovative, and forward-looking, if you do agree. Secondly, I would like to commend the headmaster for this year's Namiryango Day. It was colorful. We have attended quite a number, but this year was exceptional. Thank you so much. Maybe by way of comment, we would be happy to hear from you the progress that has been made with regard to the master plan that was launched, if any. I also wish to point out, maybe to provide information about the small boys, the ones, and what is happening. As you are aware, many of these people who left Namiryango a long time ago have completely got disconnected from the college. 42 years, for example, is not a short time. We are also trying to make efforts to mobilize our fellow cohorts to show interest in the college. And by way of example, just yesterday, Mr. President, for the first time in history, the class, the HS class of 83 got together for the first time. And we're 15, many of us have passed on. We're 15, and part of the agenda was how to support Nacoba. We hope that next year, when we meet, we shall be realizing contributions. Because most of the members of that class, by the way, they are professors, they are doctors, we even have a general. And they can ably make a meaningful contribution. But they were not being mobilized. Because, you know, it's not easy for those guys. They have gone through a very difficult time. We're just reflecting. You know, our class, for some of you, you are lucky. We're here when Idi Amin was being deposed. We're here when HIV was at its peak. We were here when there was no food at the college. We're the people who ate yellow posho here. So since then, we have gone through the hardest time. We are hard hit by the NRM coming into power. Yes, we are very, very hard hit. Some of you have benefited from the revolution, but many of us have become victims of that revolution. So I want you to take note that come next year, when I'm here, I'll be presenting a big package for Nacoba.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to also stand on the same platform Dr. Soanyan has raised for your exemplary leadership together with your entire committee. As he said, as an emeritus president. So as your former coach and cohort mate, where you didn't make it in the goalkeeping department, you've made it up in the leadership. Two things. One, if you could turn to page 6 and also page 50. So there's a section that talks about targets for the next 12 months. Page 6 was for the year 2024. and the 50 is for the next year. It is very good that we are looking ahead, but how do we know that we got ahead? We reached there. So having these well thought about strategies or statements, it's good, but not good enough. Can we put that targets? I actually expected that on page 6 we could see where each of these, I think there are 10 bullets, how far have we gone? But because probably we didn't set targets, we are going to remain largely in the narrative mode that we're able to do ABCD. But in the good development world, can we have targets on the things that we set to do in the next year? The second one goes to Mr. Headmaster. I speak as a parent now. Point 12 on your report, the male nurse will welcome change, and we appreciate that. However, I also need to raise the need to have, I know the sick bay has improved over time, but the numbers that you're talking about in the normal general structure of the health setting, this is supposed to be handled by probably a center for. But being a school with confined population, can you try to raise it to that level? Yes, I know probably there is a visiting doctor. There are full-time nurses. However, it is not good to treat before you do the labs. I stand to be corrected. If the laboratory is there, then probably it doesn't hold water. But my suggestion is to have a fully functional lab. As parents, we pay 50,000 for medical every term. So do that the math for about 2051, that's about 300 million a year. I believe this can be used to improve this to full capacity, have actually full-time medical doctors. There are so many people on the streets who are well-trained, who we can hire, and they are here to look after the boys. But the most important thing is a fully fledged laboratory, a well-stocked pharmacy, and also the screening of some things that come with the 12 to 20-year-olds. They are adolescents. Personally, my boy was misdiagnosed with malaria, and it so happened that he kept here for 2 weeks with malaria. By the time we took him out, it was actually terrible, very terrible. So he had to take off about 3 days. So Mr. Kakura actually supported us to get a pass out. So this can be changed, and we manage the medical requirements for the boys in a better way. Otherwise, thank you so much, the entire EXCO. And when we were here, there were accusations, for those who are old enough, that the Nyangoso regime had taken over the Nacoba for so many years. So the young ones couldn't identify with Nacoba. Now I believe when we have Alex, he's not fairly old, though he's also old. He's trying to bridge the gap between the little ones and the Kawulus. So we thank that, hoping the next executive can pick that up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Before I invite the headmaster to respond to a few things, then the treasurer will also respond to matters in his department. I want to welcome the resolutions. The team has been wonderful. And as per the comment of small boys, President Emeritus, I think that will be changed. From your experience, I think you should be called hard boys for your own experiences. And we appreciate, we were happy to see the pictures yesterday on our social media platforms. And I think Laura, through your go ahead, it would be good to get the names so that we can share on all our platforms so that people see that we also have big boys in big places. Thank you so much. I invite the headmaster to respond to the comments earlier. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these comments. I'll mention first the master plan. How far have we gone? The master plan is moving hand in hand with the strategic plan. I want to say we are moving in the right direction. There are so many things that the master plan, the strategic plan is touching. I want to recognize Mr. Nakede. He belongs to a company that finalized the drawing of that strategic plan. When you see the dormitory block being constructed, when you see us having a classroom block being built, when you see the design of the new hostel, we are moving according to the strategic plan. Along the way, we are also doing the renovations. It's part of the strategic plan. It was seen as a school that was leaking almost everywhere. All dormitories have been touched. The only dormitory that has not been touched is Houston House, which was new. We have not touched Camping House because it had been done, but we are left now with Maki Doyle and the small Charles Luhanga. Those are the two blocks that have not been touched. The rest of the dormitory blocks, including the hostel, have been touched according to the strategic plan. We are renovating. ICT, we are moving in the right direction. We thank Nacoba for their strategy. But we are been moving along the way. You can see even here we are having a projector and a screen at the back. So a number of our classrooms are being covered. What I want to say, we are moving in the right direction. We are only restrained by this resource envelope. I'm rather constrained by the resource envelope. When I go to improving our sick bay, there's an improvement. First of all, I want to recognize, to appreciate Professor Kajja. He gave us 3 hospital beds, very good beds. We do rapid diagnostic tests. We are sorry for the mishap that happened when he misdiagnosed the boy. We promise to improve. I'm going to present these ideas to the board and we see how we can better our sick bay. Indeed, our numbers are big. We may need a fully fledged doctor present. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Headmaster. Mr. Treasurer, on the saving area.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Hamlet, for that suggestion. EXCO has thought about it, and we majorly did this, I think, a year ago when these numbers were actually going up. It is a concern that, you know, there's many people paying, and then we're using the money that year, and yet this money is for 30, 20 years ahead. We have started with the circle, so we are going to keep putting more money. It comes in as lifetime subscription. But as Mr. Semakula said, our budget is thin. If we grow, and this is for the next EXCO, if we grow the numbers of OBs that give us this money, that subscribe, then the people who pay lifetime subscription, that money will be put somewhere, and we only use dividend from that. So it's tight when you're this side of the table. I mean, you want to put money somewhere, but you do not have funds to pay Laura, who has been doing these services. But we are aware of it, and I think the next EXCO is going to have it as priority. But Mr. President, before I hand over the mic, I also had a concern and a suggestion to the headmaster. Earlier this year, the cohort of 97, 2002, printed the college theme for the year 2025 and put in all classrooms. Mr. Headmaster, I would like to appear on page 2 of your report. and the suggestion, Mr. Headmaster.
My apologies.
The suggestion, Mr. Headmaster, I have a daughter in Gayaza. And we have a team, all the doctor parents there have worked out a program where we go and see the daughters. Namiriango produces the most doctors. Dr. Mtawezia had probably the least number of doctors. My year has the most. And I think for the next EXCO, and if it's discussed with the school and board, we can work out a program where the doctor parents come and see the boys, some sort of arrangement, so that you do not have to pay a full-time doctor if there's people coming in probably every week or every day. Thank you very much. That's a suggestion, Mr. Headmaster.
Thank you, Treasurer. Just in regards to what Mr. Rukabwe mentioned in regards to statistical data of targets, I think that we've tried to improve, and I believe the management system, once it rolls out, it will also help the next EXCO to capture these things and have a proper reporting on them. We've been trying, but I believe we can do better. Mr. Sisi, could you give us 3 questions from those online?
The first one is from Mr. Ronald Kasozi. I think it was already raised by Hamlet. Treasurer's report, considering the recent increase in payments for lifetime memberships, could the executive team please clarify whether these funds are being strategically invested to establish sustainable income streams for the association, or if they are primarily allocated to support current operational expenses? Then we have another one from Kwikiriza Mark. I think this one is directed to the headmaster. He is asking what different role will wardens play from housemasters. Then we have Julius Semakula's hand raised. That is it from online.
The hand is raised, no comment from him. Julius?
No, he just raised the hand. He has not.
Please ask them to type. We thank you, Chairman Emeritus Kasozi. The issue of savings, it's something that we've discussed heavily, and that's why last year we developed an investment policy to guide. The challenge we get is, as mentioned earlier, but if you look at our financials, the last 3-4 years, our major challenge was the events we hold. Our target would be about 50 to 60% funded by the cohorts or individuals attending, and then the other 40% funded by sponsors, so that we don't have to touch into our coffers. We've greatly improved with our sponsors, and I believe as EXCO, once we start getting those bigger packages from sponsor, you can see the numbers are increasing. Sometimes the numbers of sponsors is not in line with the amounts they give us. But once they give us and they attend their functions, you can see how they're excited to partner with us. So I think EXCO needs to grow on the sponsorship package. In regards to members paying, it has been our policy to keep the fees at the same. We don't want to make these events expensive for Ngonians. You know, once you keep raising, they don't turn up. And then now you have a gap of sponsors and then the gap of Ngonians. So if we can close that gap with sponsorship, so that these events, once they are carried out, you don't have to touch the coffers of the association. Then we grow our saving coffers. Well, the last two events we had, compared to 2023, the dinner, by the time we're done with the dinner of 2023, we had a shortfall of about 20 million. This year, the shortfall was about 5 to 6 million. So that is progress. We expect next year events to be covered by sponsorship and members so that we don't, it's baby steps, one step at a time. Thank you. Mr. Headmaster, I think there was a question for you in regards to wardens.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the question. I mentioned wardens at the college, knowing that would be a shocker to many of us who know college boys are self-driven. Indeed, they are self-driven, but they're different from us. So we thought it important as college to have other people who could support. I want to note that teachers have become busier than they used to be. We do a little more marking than what used to happen. We do extra lessons. We teach in the morning. We also teach in the evening, sometimes or many times, especially candidates. So to ensure that the teachers have a little more time, we got these wardens, not to take over the duties of the teachers, but to check, especially at funny times. For example, when time comes for waking up, the teachers may not be able to be there on a daily basis to ensure that everybody has woken up. Some of these boys these days sleep too much. Our parents here can testify in their homes. Sometimes they want to take long to sleep for many reasons. They can decide to play chess at midnight. They may decide to even play football where we have floodlights. They can play football at midnight, especially on Friday. You hear noise when you come check on them. They're competing, maybe wing A of a house against another wing of the same house. So wardens have come in to help us on this, to ensure that when the teacher is not there, at least the boys and check. The prefects do their part. But prefects these days are slightly different from what we used to be. They control, but they go to a particular level. They may not go beyond some level. They can control their friends, but they may not be able to tell them to do work to the best. If you want a house clean, someone else can come and give support. So they help us at the time of waking up. They help us at the time of waking up. They help us during sleeping time, and to check on the houses which have not been cleaned properly. And they report directly to Mr. Kakuru, who will talk to the house teacher that your house, I've got information that this section has not been worked on well. Then the teacher will look for the boys through the captains. So they're not taking over the work of the teachers. They're only giving us support. Before I get off the mic, I want to inform this house. We have an OB of ours who is critically ill, Mr. Chizito Anthony Senyonga. He got a stroke and is admitted in the ICU department of Rubaga Hospital. Let us keep him in our prayers.
Thank you, Mr. Headmaster. We pray for Mr. Chizito to have a quick recovery. 3 more questions on the floor. Gentleman with the mic. Let's try and see if we can summarize this session in the next 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. I was about to say President Emeritus. Alex.
I'm
Alex.
coming.
I know you couldn't wait. Yeah, but yes, you're coming. One, I just want to add my voice to the rest of the team in congratulating you and your team on a great job done. We know the kind of sacrifice it takes. With regards to the targets for the next year, I just want to amplify one thing. And what's tended to happen is every regime literally leaves another project that is delivered by the other. Okay? We almost delivered the circle, which was birthed through President Matt Nalianya's term. President Ron delivered the road and the gate project, which was from our side. You have delivered the fund. I just want to request the incoming EXCO to heavily prioritize, in a big way, the Nacoba fund. And this is not just because I sit on the board of the fund, but from a sustainability perspective, we cannot keep in this expenditure, consumptive expenditure mode. There is a school that is raising 14 billion shillings to build a chapel. If they just raise that 14 billion shillings like somebody wrote and put it on bonds or something like that, they can still build the chapel in another 3 years, but maintain money. If we can raise 1 billion shillings and spend 50 million shillings or 60 million shillings on supporting the young underprivileged students, we're able to continue supporting and funding many of these projects, including the ICT, education projects, and all of those. We can continue doing them without a big hassle. So I just want to encourage the incoming EXCO, please prioritize that in a big way. We will have gone away from the previous consumptive expenditure that we used to do, mobilizing toilets, tiling projects and all of that. Two, please, as you work on the alumni management platform, for the incoming thing, prioritize tapping into the diaspora community. We haven't done a very good job of doing that, but there are many. And I remember 2 occasions I traveled Boston, quite a number came, and they're all like, well, how do we pull off something like that? And there are quite a number. So let us prioritize that. We will make the money, and that will push us on a sustainable way of delivering many of our projects. I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Emeritus.
Thank you, President. I put up my hand before Fred, but what he's said is what I actually had also to mention. And one is to thank you, Nacoba, and the outgoing executive for the support that you've given the NACO Fund. But that aside, I want to re-emphasize that the NACO Fund came in to relieve us of the kind of regular expenses that we had. One of them was the bursaries. But we've not seen a lot coming in as it used to happen. I was part of the college board, and I defended Nacoba quite a lot because of the areas that Nacoba had, including the debt to complete the school gate. There was hesitation to complete the school gate, but I said, no, let's go ahead and do it, and then we'll ask them. Now, what I'm saying is that if we can commit to put in a little to help these students, if you listen to the stories that these students we help have, I believe every one of you will pull out whatever little that you have saved aside. There are many of these students, Mr. Kakuru will tell you, they stay at home for 2 weeks, for 3 weeks. I don't know how many of us still have relatives that stay at home, even in the village school. So for a Namiriango student to stay back at home because he doesn't have $1 million shillings to join, I believe we can really help. And these are bright students. They're disciplined. They have a future that we can contribute to. And their story will be told for years. So I would like to appeal to you, President. You're not yet emeritus, because should it happen that we don't have an election here, you'll still remain president. To the incoming president, if we can prioritize the issue of the bursaries. And everybody contributes a little. I've seen it in Rotary. Whenever Rotarians meet, they pass around a basket, and it has helped a lot with the polio funds and all these other projects. So if we can have such initiatives, I think we'll go a long way. Same with the projects. We want now to partner with the college to undertake a lot of these projects that Nacoba used to undertake. So we are an offspring as a fund. We are part of Nacoba. Previously, it wasn't clear whether it was a parallel institution to Nacoba, but we're a son of Nacoba, owned by Nacoba and the college. And if we come in to support small but regular contributions, will make a difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman. Last question there.
Thank you so much. The problem with speaking amidst presidents emeritus that you also have to assume a title. So as the president of the future, I appreciate all your contributions, and indeed they are really, really substantial contributions. I just have two issues to raise, but before I raise them, I think the previous speaker talked about whenever we meet, those small but regular contributions, like in the Rotary, it's not always good to have, things talked about and left there. So if you have a small cupboard right now, please take it around whoever is in charge. Let's get things in action, because we are here. Whether it's 50 or 100, let's start from this. Let's start now. And I'm saying this here now, and we are stuck here. The rain is here. We're not going anywhere. So please, the people in charge of the finances, whoever is in charge of that, this is not a bribe for the future presidency.
All right. Thank you. As the yes.
So my two issues are the president emeritus keep talking about raising the money, the contributions, the endowment fund, and all these things. Yes, they are very important. But it's the future president speaking. Can I have some order?
Members, let's listen to the gentleman.
Have we found out why the money is not coming in? I mean, we can always, like Zagalo talked about, said, the narrative, but do we know why we are not really coming together as OBs? And once we're in Namiliango, we're like a pack of thieves, right? We're as thick as thieves. And there's the solidarity, like we usually call it. But what happens when you go out there? What aren't we doing right? What do we need to do? I'll direct the first issue to Dr. Jingo. He's always been a senior, right from that school across, but I took care of him either way. At this point of life, even in research, I mentor him. And I believe he hasn't yet gotten a PhD. But at this point, I appreciate that he has introduced statistics. And Mr. President, you can attest to this. The numbers have been, well tabulated and everything. Though I want to pose this to you and the people coming in. Have you conducted a survey to find out why, people are not coming in numbers? Why aren't contributions coming in? And then you can run any kind of analysis, the Poisson and everything, to find out exactly what needs to be done. Because all we shall keep doing is say, the money is not there, the money is not being raised, let's raise the money, but why aren't people coming through? And I think that's very, very important. When I took over my cohort chairmanship, I had to talk to a few individuals, and you could tell there are always those silent whispers, why not? Why the money is not coming through? And I think this month we're also having our very first annual get-together on the 22nd. And the main issue we want to raise is why aren't we, because there are very many big shots. There are very many people who love the school, the cohort, the Namiliango in words, but when it comes to fundraising, there is always those things that go unsaid that need to be, put out there. So to the incoming, and I think the former treasurer, you're standing for vice president. I hope you make it. Please institute that, conduct a survey. This is what I mentored you in statistics. conduct a survey, both quantitative and qualitative. These are simple things now that you're improving the IT things of yours. So I think you can handle this, because there are reasons why the money is not coming through. The numbers are there. And another comment was about, I think, Mr. President, you said the numbers have always been constant, even in these get-togethers, the monthly get-togethers. Yes, the numbers are constant, but why don't we have the old people coming anymore? I mean, yes, we might have the young ones, like you said, the demographics changed, but if I came, or if a campuser came to attend a get-together, or these guys who are fresh graduates, and they found fellow campusers there, they will not come back the second time. Watch the space. The numbers will keep going, because all they want to do is come meet these older OBs, to be mentored, to probably get job opportunities, to mix with them. So if we let it go and we just say the demographics changed, these are the people we come to meet when we come to those get-togethers. Not guys we're going to play with inter-house competitions like the HM said. Not those. We want mentors. So that's something we need to look at. The root cause. We need to do a root cause analysis to find out exactly what's going on. And then I think my next issue would be directed to the headmaster, but that will be probably in camera. But it's about the mentorship program, because the curriculum changed, and it's now more of the practical bit, do it yourself. You know, right from the start, there should be a direction where you're headed. And rather than having these career guidance mentorship, we may have to come up with more regular mentorship programs, something that I've done even at the university level, and probably I'll just need to present a concept in camera so that it may be developed before putting it out here, plus the possible sources of resources that may be required. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. All the three around finances coming in, projects, old boys, the NACO fund. I'm naturally an optimistic person. So with experience, when I see how we are moving, I remain hopeful. Of course, we can do better. There's something I had not mentioned earlier that we get as a challenge. And we are going to need old boys in these offices to open these doors for us. We had an experience a few weeks ago with the Assistant Secretary, Mr. Ken, there. We went to a big international company in Kampala for a meeting. Members, can we keep a bit of, let's have one person speaking at a time? And my EXCO members on the table, please. We went for a meeting seeking support for the college with these projects. And it is always the same answer. The headmaster has had the same experience even in the ministry. When you go there and they say Namilyango College, the first thing they say is, you people have money. They don't know that the challenges we face are the same as any other institution. Government doesn't give this college a lot of support. And also it has been a practice to keep the school fees here as low as possible. And yet we have many challenges that need funding. And the meeting was very frank. The person said, I understand. But you see, for me, if I pass this, when it gets to the shareholders or the board members, they will say, this is not good for our PR. If it gets out there and they say, why did you give Namilyango? You should go to a school in Yumbe. That works for there. So if they can take 10 computers in Yumbe, whether Yumbe uses them or not, it works for their corporate social responsibility. It's a challenge that we are having. And we need our old boys in these big offices to open the doors for us. Because if they don't, we continue to have those challenges of getting the funding that we need. For the support from members, we've always noticed a bit of a trend. When it is events like the gala, the dinner, people contribute generously through their cohorts to take part in these events. But when it comes to subscription, there is a way they move in different, they give you different answers. And sometimes it's on, you look at it in two ways. One, people prefer to put money where they are partaking. If it's an event and they do have no problem. But now giving money subscription, then they ask too many questions, even when we share accountability. Very few people read these books. So we continue encouraging them. Of course, the next ESCO has a task to see how to improve. But the trends, a bit also, Ngonians are not the kind who like to give out big money. It's kind of like our culture in a way. Other schools, you go, somebody pulls out 30 million, I've given you 30 million. Ngonians, even when they give big, they want to give anonymously. Sometimes it can become a challenge when you're fundraising. So it's it's part of our culture, our upbringing, and I don't know how we shall try and make sure that people, because Ngonians have money. They go to bars, spend millions, but then you tell them 50,000 for subscription, and then there's a way they move, and you don't know what to do. Is it mindset? I don't know. So I don't know if I think I've covered. On the other hand, we've talked in details. Our next ESCO has to engage deliberately with the NACO fund to ensure that they both work together and grow the fund. Can we have 3 questions online? Then we come back. I think it would be fair if we get the last batch so that we keep, we don't go on too long. Let's have 3 questions there. Then we can have the last 3 here, and then the last 3 online, and we close the chapter. I think that's fair enough.
From Mr. Labok Donato online, he's asking what happened to the philosophy of promoting education for responsibility. The students must do their governance within their leadership structures without teachers coming too much, and then the wardens are a gap indicator that we are failing on our core development of this discipline in our students. Education for responsibility is a true virtue of the college. Then Ewan Douglas says as part of the income, there is a line called refundable, about 31 million. Is this a loan? Then from James Timaka, many OBs feel left out, so the incoming EXCO should make deliberate efforts to engage more members. We need to broaden participation in Nacoba activities and avoid having the same familiar faces all the time. Strengthening engagement with cohort leaders will be key to expanding our database and ensuring that more alumni are actively involved in Nacoba programs and initiatives. Then Mr. Martin Birungi, how do we look at rejuvenating the participation and involvement of members, given that concerns have been raised that even the monthly get-togethers are dwindling? How do we mobilize to have more members come back or come on board, and that should translate into numbers and contributions? For some members, their motivation was from the numbers that used to turn up and the networking. Then from the same Martin Birungi, I would like to appreciate HM's resolution to maintain the population of students at 2,051 despite the pressure of the growing population. That is
Okay.
it from online.
All right, thank you. I'll probably first invite the headmaster to respond to the two.
I want to thank the person who has asked this question, whether I still have education for responsibility. I want to reassure everybody watching and listening that the boys, we are training a boy who is responsible through our education. That one, we don't have any doubt. The responsible boys, what they do is commendable. But we are taking people closer to them to give them support in what they're supposed to do. When they tell you you have not done this, it's part of the training to be responsible. So we are not ending it. The boys are okay unless we get feedback from parents. But I normally do research It's not structured research, but when I find the parents, I normally ask, how are the boys? The majority of the parents are very happy with the boys we have. When they go back for holidays, they behave differently from the other children in their homes. They tell me they're leaders, they're self-driven, and well-behaved at their home. Those ones who go to university, I'm happy we have some of them here. But those ones who have gone to university have done the same. You can hardly hear of a Namirian College old student dropping out of university before completion. When they go, even those ones who may have performed badly while they're here, when they go to university, they complete with the flying colors. So I think what the college is doing is still good. Let us be comfortable. Let us not be comfortable. Let us continue supporting the college. I think we are on the right track. By our parents, by the old students, and the staff at the college are also doing a very, very commendable job.
Thank you, Mr. Headmaster. Mr. Treasurer, could you please respond to the refund?
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I want to refer everyone to page 32, number 6, that's a table of income. That is why we have refundable. Now, being the mother association, all the offsprings that are carrying out harambes or collecting funds for any activity. Now, because an OB has kept or stored our accounts with them, they tend to push such contributions to the association accounts. And we need to give that money either back to NACO Fund or to Victor in the circle or to the league, to Mr. Galabuzi. So all these monies that we have to give back to the offshoots that have wrongly come to our accounts are collected, are termed under refundable. And because there were so many activities, that is why such monies were more this year compared to last year. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. If I may add why that amount is big, there was a project that Nacoba members were undertaking for the diocese, and the college was funding that project and was undertaken through the Nacoba consultants, but the check was signed to Nacoba. So the money went through Nacoba and went out to Nacoba consultants. So sometimes we have money that comes in that should go to the right people. I'm also happy to report, and I want to appreciate the quick Harambe has generated 550,000 shillings towards the bursary fund. Thank you, in cash. And also, in regards to the get-togethers, I think it's good we have the younger generation. I think more effort now needs to be made to bring back the Wazei, to bring that generation. Some of them are a bit old with too many responsibilities, but also some of them have suggestions to different venues, but I'll call upon the get-together prefect to give a brief in regards to the get-together. Mr. Kauru, just less than 1 minute.
Yes. Mr. President and members, when we started this get-together, by then, the mature working group had careers and they had salaries and they were actively contributing. But now it happens that when one works for 10 years, you decide to go private and leave formal employment. And starting from formal employment, your inflow is hard before you break even. So that's why most of those. But the good news is, these Gen Z, as I may call them, you find many who have finished and are working, they are contributing. If you see the presentations for the last 4 months have been these eh? These recent graduates, eh? Like a building. So they are coming in, and as they are getting careers, they are contributing. But when they want to go private and you have less disposable, expect. That's the demographic thing you emphasized.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, I'm going to take one question from the floor, President Emeritus, and one question online, and then we close the session. I think we've gone quite behind schedule.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. Fortunately, mine are not questions, they are just two brief comments. The first comment is to support the motion moved by my senior brother here, Dr. Sewanyana, to pass a resolution of commendation in your very able leadership. But, Mr. President, I wish to add that your achievements will only endure if your successor builds on them. So, my brothers, in the next item, we are going for elections. I am not telling you to elect people with a vision. I will not be political. But being a president, especially of Nacoba, is a very heavy responsibility. And for me, one of the weightiest things I had to discharge was to hand over this presidency to my brother Chaka here. Because I had worked with him and I knew that he would take this thing to higher levels that I had been able to do so. So as you elect my brothers here, please ensure that the legacy of our brother here and his team lives. We pick people who can take it to the next level. The next thing I want to say, and the last one, Mr. President, arising from your report, very good outline of what our offshoot entities have done, particularly the circle. And you appeal to members to borrow, but you also caution that as you borrow, you must repay. It is very unfortunate that as a lawyer for Nacoba Circle, I have a list of about 50 unpaid and bad loans. I have written to members, their faces I see here. I have written to you, you don't respond to me. I have sent you WhatsApp, you do not respond to me. Really? This is money for members. Please return the money that the circle gave you. Some of these loans go back to 5 years ago. This is really unacceptable as a person of Namilyango. Mr. President, I thank you.
Thank you so much, President Emeritus. Assisi, one question from online, and we close this session.
We don't have any currently.
Sorry?
We don't have any currently.
We have nothing. Okay. Gentlemen, I would like to request two people to propose adoption of these reports with amendments and a secondment. That's the microphone, please. Your name and then.
I propose John Nakede Sempanyi, 8490. And Campling House. I propose that we adopt the reports.
Thank you. Secondment.
Fred Javira Chaka, 9197 of the Great Maki House. I second the motion.
Thank you very much. As I look forward to being an emeritus, these are my final remarks. I want to thank you all for joining us for this AGM. You've attended physically in big numbers. We also have big numbers online. I thank you for your patience. I want to thank our service providers, Legacy, Brand House, and the executive team, the college administration, the deputy, for supporting us, hosting us this afternoon. We look forward to the lunch. People, there's food, there's a turkey as part of the meal. I want to thank the entire fraternity for the support. Personally, for the support. It's been an honor for me to be vice president for 4 years and president for 4 years. I thank you so much for the support. And lastly, I want to wish all the candidates all the best. We shall always be there to support you. I also want to smuggle in one part since the rain is coming. Once we've concluded with the elections, we shall have a photo session, but it will go in this order. So Mr. Kaulu, I would request you to write it down so that you can guide later on. We shall have a photo session one, outgoing president, handing over the AGM report to the incoming president. Then we shall have a picture of all the presidents. And then I think we could also have a picture of the presidents and the leaders of the offshoots. And then after that, we can have a general happiness picture. We shall have to arrange here the seats. The cameraman, you'll have to move a bit back and guide us. And after that, we shall continue. That will be after the whole session has ended. And from there, we shall be waiting for the rains to allow us to go and have lunch. I want to thank you so much for the support and your patience during this AGM. I want to hand over the microphone to the chairman of the Election and Awards Committee to take us through the next item. Thank you so much, Ms. Dominus. The outgoing committee has been dissolved, including myself.
Thank you, President, outgoing President and your team. May I seek your indulgence, please? All right. As you are aware, my name is Robert Nsereko, and I was charged with the responsibility of leading the Awards and Elections Committee. I would like to invite or introduce the members of that committee. I'll start with Mr. Dismas Nkunda. Mr. Deo Luwega, and Mr. Ronald Mugenyi. Unfortunately, the other member has not been able to join us today. That's Mark Namanya. Okay, as you're aware, we published guidelines to help support in the process of electing new office bearers for this very important association to all of us. We requested you as members of Nacoba to indicate your willingness to serve. And with that, you had to get 2 persons, OBs, to nominate and second you. We had a window that was opened for that purpose, and we received those expressions of interest. As a committee, we set up guidelines to help vet the candidates that expressed interest. One of the requirements for eligibility to be elected to office was that you should be a fully paid up member. Fully paid up means paying your subscription. As you are aware, the Nacoba financial year was changed and moved to October. And this process has been done in the month of October. So we realized that very few members had actually paid the current year, paid for the current year. I think the treasurer gave us a report. I think you're about 22 members. And therefore we thought that if we stuck to that rule of the current financial year, it would be very restrictive and disenfranchise many members. We therefore agreed that we will backtrack by one financial year and go to the year 2024, 2024-25, because this is 25-26. But you'll also remember that the Constitution gives time for members to clear their dues. It gives you 3 months within which to clear your dues for you to be a member of the association. On that note, we agreed that we will stretch the period back to 24-25. So if someone has paid 24-25 and has not paid 25-26, you're still eligible to vote and nominate. As for the candidates, we ask that they submit their expressions of interest before midnight, October, that was October 30th. Correct me if I'm wrong. There was a deadline, it was Sunday. 26th, okay. So that was the deadline, meaning that any other submission that came in after that would not be considered by the vetting committee, by this committee. The purpose of vetting was to ensure that we have fit and proper individuals that will serve this association and that they have the requirements that are required for the different positions of responsibility they're going to take up. There are 11 positions that we're going to fill this afternoon, and we received expressions of interest for all those positions. For many of them, we received single submissions, meaning there was only one candidate that expressed interest. So our job as a vetting committee was to make sure that whoever it is, even if you're alone for a particular position, you meet the requirements as outlined earlier. Consequently, we met on Monday and reviewed all the submissions. At this point, I would like to ask the secretary to read out the names of those that submitted their interest to serve Nacoba, and then we will go on to carry out the voting where necessary. Secretary, over to you.
Post of president.
Start with committee.
Oh, okay.
We'll start with the committee members.
Okay. Committee member 2000 to date. Collins Omondi Ongwen, John Xavier Otala, Brian Senono.
Thank you. So for that cohort,
For
that membership committee member for, that is 2000?
2000 to date.
2000 to date, there were 3 names which we vetted, and out of the 3, one of them had not paid subscription for the 2 years we're looking at, and therefore was disqualified.
Yeah.
So that left us with 2 candidates. All right, so who are the 2 candidates?
Collins Omondi Ongwen and John Xavier Otala.
Okay, so those are the 2 candidates for that to fill the position of committee member for that range. Do we have them present here? Okay, let's go through the list of names. When we agree, when we present the names to you, we'll then go back and start to vote or approve where it is a single candidate. Yes, so that's the first one. Please move to the next.
Committee member 1986 to 1999. Simon Tega Wakabi was the only person who expressed interest for that post.
Thank you. Move to the next, please.
Committee member 1902 to 1985, Edwin Mugisa Bitamazire was the only OB who expressed interest for that post.
Thank you. Move to the next position.
Assistant Mobilization Secretary, Mr. Umar Mwanga was the only OB who expressed interest for that post.
All right. Next.
Mobilization Secretary, Mr. Francis Asisi Kimboa was the only OB who expressed interest. Okay. Assist. Eh? Assistant Treasurer George Sechilanda was the only OB who expressed interest for that post. Treasurer Mr. Thomas Bariko Wamukoza was the only OB who expressed interest for that. Assistant Secretary Mr. Andrew Kasozi was the only one who expressed interest for that post. Secretary, we had expression of interest from Calvin Gizamba and Mr. Kenneth Amagu, so we had to do the vetting. After thorough vetting process, Mr. Kenneth Amagu took the card and Mr. Kevin was asked to step down. Because when we vet, our motive is to screen and see if you are eligible for the nomination. So, for the election, our reasons are confidential to the committee. That is, please, members, that is a governance procedure. Eh? You don't take us to a court where judges have to explain. Okay.
Could you, I think members want to know.
Uh-huh.
Could you please pull the record and give the reasons?
Okay. When we look at your candidacy, we first examine your profile and we see your ability to try and make this association grow. Because this being a voluntary association, people are going to spend their time, resources, and money and skills. This is what we expect of you. You are not being paid a salary. So when we examined the skills of what Mr. Amagu took the day plus other parameters. So you remember this being voluntary. That is key. We examine skills, experience, and ability. Then Mr. Gizamba is a compasser. And secretary is a very fundamental post. In fact, the people who work hard most are president, secretary, and treasurer. Okay? Do I make myself clear on behalf of the election committee?
Thank you. Gentlemen, you've heard. Those were the reasons. I see a hand up. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and your committee. It's quite unfortunate that we are having underhand methods this early. And I wish to seek clarification from both you, the committee, and our admin, Laura, to further confirm that I, having applied to be nominated for the role of committee member, was found not to have subscribed for the past 2 financial years. I seek clarification and I beg to thank you.
Okay, thank you. Laura came and actually whispered to me. At the time of vetting, we didn't have a documented record of the paid up members, so we put her on call to confirm because she has all the information with her. That was a mistake that was made here. And your candidature, sir, is reinstated.
It is
because
valid.
you're paid up.
Brian.
3.
Okay.
All right. In the interest of time, let's proceed with the other positions.
Vice President, we had an expression of interest from John Paul Jingo for the post of Vice President.
Thank you. Please move to the next.
President, we had an expression of interest from Muchibi Cornelius and Andrew Motono, and hence we had to do the vetting.
Now take up. All right. So this is what happened. Following the rules or guidelines that were set out, we ask that whoever submits their intention to stand for office should be paid up as at the point of submission of their interest. Of the two candidates, Mr. Andrew Mutono, by midnight Sunday, had not cleared the dues for 2025-26, but had paid the previous years. On that note, when we were vetting, technically, he was not eligible to be vetted because he did not meet that criteria. Therefore, the call, if you read the Constitution, let me inform you that the decision was communicated to Mr. Mutono, and he asked that there has to be an appeal. We decided to appeal the decision of the committee. As I've told you, the decision of the committee was taken purely from a basis of non-conformity to the set guidelines. When you read the Constitution currently does not provide redress for such matters. As you're all aware, this to all of us is new. It's a process, and these are things that we are going to propose for amendment in the Constitution going forward. However, the Constitution allows a member who feels aggrieved by the decision of either the EXCO or disciplinary committee. It only provides for disciplinary. It allows the member to appeal to the AGM, which is this sitting. So Mr. Mutono appealed and was very clear that that technicality should not knock him out of the race for president of this association. It is therefore this House to decide whether he should stand or not. Andrew wants to say something before that.
My appeal was very clear in explaining why my payment was made on Monday at 8:20 a.m. I based on the same constitution that recognizes that there is a window of subscription payment for 3 months. This was 27th October, hardly 3 months into the new year. That is the reason I made the payment. Further to that, it wasn't very clear which subscription year was going to be considered for the election of this committee. And those are the reasons I gave in my appeal that has been pushed to this AGM. That is my explanation. Those are the grounds for my appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. So as you've all heard, Andrew paid his dues the following day after the cutoff. So to set the record straight, as we speak, he's paid up. All right? So, Mr. Cornelius, please.
Mr. Chairman, I fear to prick the principle of nemo judex in propria causa sua. Nemo judex in propria causa sua. Can a monkey cut a forest case? No. But on the other hand, Article 126 of the Constitution, if I'm very legalistic also, of Uganda generally, which is of universal application, allows the rendering of justice to all without undue technicalities. So my view, my honest view, is, please members, allow him. So we put up a contestation. Allow him. That is my view. Basing on the principle of nemo judex and the Article 126 of the Constitution.
Thank you. All right, I'll take two more views. Two more views before we put this. We're going to put this to a vote.
Thank you, Chair. I take this opportunity as an emeritus to speak freely without bias and for the sake of the association. Mr. Chairman, I think without mixing up things, I sit on that committee as an ex officio. I don't have a vote, I give an opinion. And I, as president at the time, I had to give a report on all candidates that are on EXCO, so that the vetting committee has a better understanding of performance and the people that they are seeking another term. Being on EXCO does not guarantee you another term in office. You must deliver. Chairman, you mentioned something about subscription. My VIP emeritus, I think you didn't mention the whole truth. In our records, the Vice President Emeritus had not paid subscription for the last financial year and the current financial year. Let's not allow me to speak so that I can. And it is from the records that the administration shared with the committee. By the time he put in his application, he put in his at the deadline, and he had not paid subscription. When you call to place a bid, they give you a deadline. You don't put in documents and tell them I'll come back next day after a couple of days to put in other documents. It is very important for us. Every position on EXCO has a bar, but we must also, a position of presidents must have a higher bar. Ignorance is no defense. If you've been on EXCO for 4 years, as one, an assistant secretary, 2, as a vice president, you cannot wait for one financial year to elapse. You get to another financial year and you haven't paid subscription. How are you going to demand subscription from members? I gave a clear report on every individual. None of us is an angel, none of us is perfect. Every EXCO member who has stood had plus and minus. There's nobody who has 100% plus or 100% minus. Members, if we are going to raise the bar, let's stick to the bar. Because we set a precedence of because this is the beginning, and this is why the election committee was set up, to be independent, to go by the rules. If somebody paid last financial year, then they are allowed 3 months in this financial year to clear. 2, I also gave a performance review on my vice president.
And allow me to give 4 points. And this is for professionalism, not personal matters. 1, if you cannot pay subscription on time, what kind of leadership are we setting for our association? 2, if you're not an available member of EXCO, my vice president here last attended.
May I guide?
Mr. Chairman, there's a reason I'm giving a preamble, and I think it is important for the committee to give a proper report on why one candidate was dropped.
Yes.
It is not good to, as they asked why was Gazamba dropped, you gave, and let us also give a clear guidance so that people know whether the general meeting accepts that a person goes on the ballot box. They do it with full information, not bits and pieces here and there.
Yeah, President Emeritus, I want to
allow me 2 minutes to conclude.
That discussion will come after we've made a decision.
Yes, but
on
Mr.
whether it
Chairman,
stands or
could
not.
you clarify on the issue of the subscription? Because by the fact that he was not paid up last year,
yes,
and this year, he does not pass the bar. You can only pass the bar if last year you had what you had paid.
Okay. Yeah, so the record is, yes, he had not paid by then, but right now as we speak, as at this AGM, he's paid. Okay, and that's why I want to put it to this house to decide whether he gets onto the ballot paper or not. Then, if he is to get onto the ballot paper, everyone will be given time to speak.
Okay, thank you,
before
Chair.
we vote.
Thank you for your guidance.
Thanks. Is there anything different? Because I don't want to belabor this. Mr. Mtono.
Of Laura's records for 2023 and 2024 in her records. So this business that the president, it was paid. 2023, 24, 25 was paid. Laura has a record.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Okay. We have a comment online. We take one comment here. Yeah. Yeah.
Francis Assisi, we are told there's a comment online. Would you please submit it to the meeting?
Is Francis here?
Francis.
Oh.
Is there a comment online? Okay.
Okay. All right, members. Members, I would like to put this to a vote.
Wait, online.
The issue is whether we allow Mr. Andrew Mutono to be on the ballot paper for the office of President of Nacoba. There's brown slips that, Laura, have you? Yes, this is how we're going to do it. The voting, as you all know, the Constitution only allows you to vote if you're paid up. So only paid up members can vote. So even for this vote, it will be for only paid up members. And there's brown slips of paper that Laura printed, I think. Yes, I've clarified the eligibility. The years are 2024, 25, and 25, 26. That's the eligibility. So if you did not pay last year and are not paid this year, you are ineligible to participate. Laura? Yes, President Emeritus. Could we have the microphone here, please?
Mr. Chairman of the Electoral Commission, you have really complicated our lives. You know that in this room you have senior counsels and you have human rights advocates of international reputation. And you complicate our life like this. That's not fair. I think what we need to, you see, when you are given power to vet, your role was to be, to come here and say, for this position, we have this. For this position, we have this. But once you tell us that, again, this matter is subject to appeal to us, then of course you get into that dilemma, which is raising under Article 126 of substantive justice. You cannot, based on technicality, remove someone. Now, when you say, let's vote, then you already raise opening a Pandora box. Why don't we take into account President Emeritus's concern as outgoing president while undertaking this exercise? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. I hear you. But again, we're trying to follow what is available in the Constitution. And it simply says,
to avoid spiraling this old boys association into litigious situations. Matters of litigation are costly, time consuming, and this is my view. I thought that I had persuaded. Unfortunately, I don't seem to be persuasive enough. That technicalities, if you tie onto them, you're going to open certain boxes which we would not wish to open up. We are all brothers. We belong. So outside of here, we're going to say this and this and this. Because after this, supposing he says, okay, I'm going to High Court, I'm going to inject the whole process. That is what I am, that's what I can see, that it could even get to that. Probably we want to, and also revise, make it a learning thing. Then we review the incoming EXCO, reviews the Constitution to not to allow for those small loopholes. I would wish that this one passes and we go into avoiding the technicality. Then we review the Constitution. It may bring other things. It may. I am not saying it shall, but it may bring.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. President Emeritus, you. Please forgive me. I'm not a lawyer, so these matters.
I'm not very sure you understood what I said. That's why I really feel I need to be heard properly. We are saying exactly the same thing. We are saying, don't subject us to a vote on this. Let's vote on the candidates that have been presented based on the information that we have received. Yes, ordinarily, these candidates will have to come here where they have to contest. Let them come here, make their case, and we decide based on the information we have got. Okay. Don't subject us to say, now let's vote whether to continue or not, because you're already in a dilemma. You say this process is subject to appeal here. That means you opened up for him to be a candidate. Otherwise, you should have been determinant and said, this is the candidate, it is Mr. So-and-so, and that is it. Then he would have come on his own accord and said, no, I was eliminated. But when you said, oh no, we now had a technicality, and that's what we are saying. The Constitution of the Republic of Uganda does not accept technicalities. Even if you go to court, if you go to court and someone hits you out against the technicality, that ruling definitely will be subject to appeal. So don't get there, because you will be challenging the norms against which fairness, justice actually is based. So please allow us to vote on the candidates now as presented, based on with the information we have. And then because we have gone a long way in nurturing this association. Remember, we got it out of the call it the ashes. You know,
Limbo. Limbo.
we
is
got
the
it
word.
out of limbo. If you recall, it had died. And some of the reasons may have been those. And since then, we have worked so hard through different administrations to make it where it is now. Please, let's not divide this association at this point, because otherwise people will get out of the association and the achievements we have made will go to waste.
Thank
Be
you.
careful.
Thank you, President Emeritus. You've just gone ahead beyond me. Yes, the reason we're doing all this and the reason we're as open as it can be is to make sure that we don't create any rifts within the association. Having said that, by show of hands, should the two candidates proceed to be voted? By show of hands. Okay, I think we have a returning officer. The returning officer for the physical election is going to be Dismas Nkunda, assisted by Dale Wega, and the returning officer for the online voting will be Ronald Mugenyi, assisted by Laura. This is what is going to happen. For the two positions, we have just two positions that are contested. That's cohort 2000, committee member for 2000 to date, and the presidency. So we will have votes coming online. A link will be shared with the members online. The link is only being shared to those members who are fully paid up. Not everyone who's attending. And the members here, whoever will cast a vote will be the person with this brown piece of paper. That's your mail card to vote. Treasurer and Laura, please pass these around. Those are the only votes that we shall consider. All right, so let's start with the position of committee member 2000 to date. Okay, please. Yes, when we come to the presidency, we'll allow the candidates to speak to us briefly, not more than 5 minutes, and inform this House why they should be elected president of this association. Jingo, please.
The number of those who are not eligible is smaller. The number of those who are eligible is bigger. I do not know who I should read out. Mr. Chairman, please guide. Among the people present here, we have those who are not eligible to vote. Okay? They're about 15, and the rest are eligible to vote. Do we send them out? Do we give these papers to only those who are eligible to vote?
We give the papers to those who are eligible, because the returning officer will not be able to tell who is paid up and who's not.
Right. Otala, please help me give this out. Mr. Michael Chizito?
It's okay. He's giving out. He's only giving out these.
Mr. Michael Chizito? Mike Chizito? Mike
Okay.
Chizito has received?
Yes. Yes.
For presidency and committee members are different.
Yes.
Stone, we save.
Okay, thank you. The Constitution stipulates that voting will be by show of hands. For those who are physical, it is by show of hands.
Yes.
The ones who are online, that's why we're sending them a link.
Yes.
Then we'll collate the results from those two and announce the results.
Michael Chizito?
Let's do this quickly. Let's get those
yes.
meal cards.
Michael Chizito? Jingo, I'm here. Sechiranda George? Sechiranda George? Dennis Kakuru? Mujisha Raymond? Odoki Peter Simon?
He's here.
Nakede Anthony, my first.
Yeah.
Odoki Peter Simon, Nakede Anthony, Luze Andrew, Omondi Collins, Fred Chaka. Please put up your hand so that we can give his card very fast. Baliko Wamkoza Thomas.
Chaka.
Abok Sol. Sembuya Davis Alexander. Otala Xavier. Senono Brian. Luega Deo.
Mayambeko.
Please.
Could you just help? Okay.
Muchibi Cornelius. Mutono Andrew. Chobe Bosa.
Chobe, has he left?
All right. Wetala. Engineer Kato is online. Bazanye Andrew. Chimboa Francis. Serwada Joseph. Dr. Livingston Sewanyana. Dismas is here.
Dismas is here but cannot
Dismas
vote.
Is here. Robert Nsereko. You don't
Committee does not vote.
Muwanga Umal. Matayo Alex. Alan Serulika. Kenneth Amagu. Dennis Owol. Galabuzi Andrew. Mutawe Lubogo. Vitamazire Edwin. Mutawe Lubogo. Vitamazire Edwin.
Yeah.
Wagaba Michael Tostins. Beronji Martin. Yazi Richard. Atenu Edward. Lukawe Ivan. Zimola. Nambale. Nsubuga Stephen. Etuke Dennis. The HM Mr. Mpuga. Serubiri Lukens. Bwanika Victor. Semakula Rogers. Lwesabula Maria Javira. Lwesabula, you registered 2 cohorts. Sempanyi John Nakede. Wakabi Simon. Mugenyi Ronald. Serebe Michael. Balabyechi Frank. Senjovu Dan Kagwa. Matthias Nalianya. Sewankambo Benjamin. Sewankambo. Mr. Chairman, the rest, that is the team that is eligible to vote.
Okay, thank you. Returning officers, as you're aware, you only count those votes or those individuals with those brown pieces of paper when we get to that. And just to remind
Chairman,
you,
he's just paid for
is
3
there
years.
anyone who...
He's just paid for 3 years, that's what he's saying, but he has no card.
Yes, Laura, please sort this out.
Someone who has just paid, Mr. Chairman, makes the work difficult. So we have to go back now and review. I think the cutoff was 30 minutes ago.
Okay,
Yeah.
but like we said, no technicalities. He's paid. Please give him a... All right. Is there anyone here?
Anyone else paying?
Anyone that has paid but has not received a mail card? Okay. Gentlemen, let's do this quickly. It's 2 positions, as you are aware, that we're going to vote. Are the candidates for the committee member 2000 to date available here?
The two candidates.
Candidates?
Yes, come and give
Please.
us a word before you go.
Please, 2 minutes, introduce yourself, what you do, and what you expect to bring to the association. Then we'll excuse you, and we'll vote. Anyone else? There are 3 candidates. What are the names? Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening to our host, Mr. Headmaster, Mr. Mpoga. Thank you very much. To the outgoing committee, thank you for the work well done. I stand here before recognizing the rich history of this great college.
Please, 2 minutes. We don't have much time. Please.
Yes.
Introduce yourself. Name.
Yes, my name is Brian Senono. By training, I'm a lawyer, accountant, augmented with an MBA, specializing in strategy and finance. I am here to seek your support to bridge the gaps between the Kaulus, to act as the fulcrum between the Kaulus, us, the millennials, and the Genesis. And through that, I wish to bring my mobilization skills. It's on record that I happened and successfully brought on board the health service provider, that's St. Joseph's Wakiso, and I believe that has tremendously improved the brand of the league. Secondly, I've sourced various sponsors for cohorts like the Hornets. I don't know whether any member is here to stand as witness. And before I seek to leave, I believe I'm the person for the job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Next, we'll have, who's next? John Otala.
Good afternoon, all boys. My name is Otala John Xavier. I'm of cohort 2015-2020. I was a member of Hannon House, captain at the time. I'm really delighted to be here before all of you, and I expressed my interests in this position from a capacity that I've been able to work with several colleagues, being a cohort secretary, and trying to mobilize Ngonga activities. I think it's exposed me a lot to work with a few active, strong Gen Zs that we want to bring over, you want to bring on board for the association, and probably bridge a way how we can utilize our professional richness and connection to make sure we can bring probably the young people through mentorship, and it's through these professionals that I think we can bring more people into Nacoba, the young active people especially. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next is Collins Ongwen.
Protocol observed. A very good afternoon to all of us. My name is Omondi Collins. 2014, 2019, Beerman's House. Yes, during my time here, I rose through the ranks in my Form 1 from being a chapel counselor, chapel prefect, up to assistant head prefect in my A level. I'm a chief mobilizer for the Leviathans cohort, reason as to why we're in the league right now. We even qualified for playoffs because we cleared our balance. I work with Annie Scholar by training. A civil engineer. I work with Nacoba Consultants, and I was also privileged to be the on-ground supervisor of the drainage system the headmaster was talking about. The drainage, the pitch drainage system. Yes. I did express interest to be the committee chairperson because I do believe in inclusivity of the new generation. Just to mention, last year, I was the first Gen Z to present in the Beerman's Duo, and I think we were the second most attended. 80% obviously being campus students and Gen Zs. Yes, it was about financial literacy. So in the same spirit, I would love to extend my contribution to the EXCO, bringing inclusivity of the Gen Zs. And yes, basically that's it. I believe I'm the right man for the candidate, for the position. In the dinner, I told the president that in the next 20 years, I will take his position. So we start from here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Omondi Collins is my name, and I'm kindly requesting for your vote. Collins is the name. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Collins. Please step out. Gentlemen, it's now time to vote. You've had the three candidates. We will start by show of hands.
You stay there. Stay there. Don't. I'll call you. You stay there. One second. Because you listen to what is being counted.
All right, we will start. We will start those that. Some silence, please. We'll start with Brian Senono, returning officers. You will count the votes. Brian Senono, please put your hand up. Put the mail card up. You're done? Okay. Those for John Xavier Otala. Done? Thank you. And finally, Collins Ongwen. Omondi Ongwen. Oh, for avoidance of doubt, it is one vote per candidate. You can't multi-vote. Okay. Thank you very much. You will bring those results in. In the meantime, we will also check online. We will then collect the results. and announce them afterwards. Okay, thank you. Let's move to the next position, and that's the position of president. I would now like to invite the candidates to speak to us and convince us why they should be voted the next president of this association. I'll start with Mr. Cornelius Muchibi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and the committee members, and members present at this annual general meeting. Cornelius Muchibi is my name. I'm vying for this position of president of Nacoba. I'm a legal practitioner, I'm a lecturer, I'm a publisher, I'm a parent here. I do things with collegiality, with a lot of discipline. I've been involved in the activities of Nacoba, but on the fringes. But that doesn't mean that I cannot comprehend them and understand them. Many years ago, when Mr. Iga was still the traffic officer, and I was learning how to drive, probably about 30 years ago, he said, you don't have to have driven in a road to be able to drive a car in it. Once you learn, you can do it. So I think I can do it. I've been a member of this is similar to a non-profit organization. I've been a member of a board member of the National Social Security Fund, Housing Finance, Gatsby Trust, Private Sector Foundation. So I know what it means to grow numbers, especially we've done that at Private Sector Foundation. So I think, and I am interested in Nacoba going forward. So I think, give me your vote for president. Thank you very much, members.
Thank you, Cornelius. Please step out. We'll now invite Mr. Andrew Mutono.
Good afternoon, comrades. My name is Mutono Andrew Kakoza, just Vice President Emeritus. I'm an accountant by training, a businessman, and the link, the bridge, this chain that is presenting myself for the office of the presidency to grow and keep Nacoba shining. No doubt, I'm not bigger than Nacoba. None of us is. But we need to work as a team to grow the brand. Much as I've been serving as the vice president, I was the self-appointed emissary to all the courts. So I've interacted to all the offshoots. I've interacted at a personal level with a good number of Nacoba members. I've listened to their challenges. I've listened to their visions. I know my capacity. I know my mobilization. And I'm very certain you hand this Nacoba to me today, I leave it a bigger, more financial, more sound, and more united than it is today. My vote is for the unity of all Nacoba members. We need to stand together, we need to recognize each other, and we need to know that it's only when we work as a team, we bring our individual specialties, bring them together, we shall deliver. I am a member of various organizations. I don't want to go into that. For the non-profit, I'm a member of the Rotary Club of Muyenga Tankil. I am a parent, but not in Namiryango as yet. Second phase. And I pledge to serve you, to serve Nacoba honestly, efficiently, respectfully, and we shall grow this brand together. All the teams, all the offshoots, I just pledge my support to you, because we need each other, we need to grow together, we need to move together. Nothing should split us, nothing should divide us. So please, cast your vote for me, cast for the future brighter Nacoba, cast your vote for the greater Nacoba. Thank you very much. Mutono Andrew Kakoza is my name.
Thank you, Andrew.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman,
Yes.
I think the online team needs to know that the link has been sent to the email they registered with.
Okay.
You can resound that.
For those online, please check your emails for the link for you to enable you vote. And please try and do that quickly because we need to tally the votes. Thank you. So, returning officers, you ready? Yes? Gentlemen.
Chairman.
Gentlemen, if you
Chairman,
feel that there are people
is disorganizing us.
Okay.
Is disorganizing us because they have already spoken to us and now he's telling us something which is not relevant.
All right. Thank you.
As presiding officer, I'm giving you information. Guidelines and rules for Nacoba elections are different from the civic election. So don't mix the two. May we proceed, Mr. Chairman?
All right. By show of hands, those that are voting Mr. Cornelius Muchibi, put your hands up. There's a hand here. Okay, thank you. Returning officers, you're sure you have the same number, both of you? Okay. All right. Next, we move to those that vote Mr. Andrew Mutono. You have the tally? Okay. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation. Please allow us a few minutes to tally the results, both the physical and the virtual results. Give us 5 minutes for us to come back to you. Virtual. Nora.
Chairman, are you ready to announce the results now?
No, 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 no.
So may I call them back?
Please call them back.
Okay. That is politics. Nacoba.
Chenkula. Kati wano Mukiibi Cornelius. So tujja kufuna physical, virtual and total. Ninda mu. You know.
You're a candidate, I have to take you off, President.
Gentlemen,
Order.
please take your seats. Would like to announce the results. These are the results. I'll start with the committee members.
Mr.
All right.
Chairman, the
yes.
votes coming in now are not accepted?
No, we're done. It's closed.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you, members, for your participation. The committee member for cohort cohort 2000 to date is Collins Onwen. This is how you voted. Brian Senono got 19 votes physical and 3 votes online, a total of 22. John Otala, 6 votes physical and 5 virtual. That's 11 votes. Collins Onwen, 17 physical, 10 virtual, a total of 27. Therefore, Collins is the representative for that cohort. The next committee member for 1986 to 1999 is Simon Tega Wakabi. Simon? That's Simon. The next committee member, 1902 to 1985, is Edwin Mugisa Bitamazire. Okay. We'll invite you to come up after we leave these seats. All right. Next is Assistant Mobilization Secretary, Uma Mwanga. The Mobilization Secretary is Francis Assis Chimboa. Assistant Treasurer, Mr. George Sechiranda. The Treasurer is Thomas Balikowa Mukoza. Please stand up. The Assistant Secretary will be Andrew Kasozi. Andrew? All right, thank you. The Secretary is Kenneth Amago. The Vice President is John Paul Jingo. And finally, the results for the position of President. Physical votes. Mr. Andrew Mutono, 9 votes. Virtual, 11 votes. A total of 20 votes. Mr. Cornelius Muchibi, physical, 29 votes. Virtual, 15 votes, a total of 44 votes. I therefore declare Mr. Cornelius Muchibi the next president of Nacoba.
Uh,
Thank you.
okay. Members, be seated. We have a copy of the oath of allegiance. These people have to take an oath of allegiance. Each one take. So, Councillor Nalianya, as a commissioner for oaths, can you administer so that when I call the candidate, you come and you administer the oath?
All right. Before we go into that, members, like we said, we have many gaps. But let's take this as a learning process. We are learning, we are improving, we are growing our association. Let's pick lessons and take them forward as we go along. The spirit of elections is supposed to be in good faith, and it's for the benefit of all of us. A strong association makes us all proud. A weak one, we don't want to be party to. So thank you very much for your participation in this. As a committee, we'll incorporate feedback. Please send any feedback that you have for purposes of improving our systems. And we will present a paper to the incoming EXCO, which EXCO will then present to you as the AGM to amend the constitution and include and cover and close those gaps. I would like to thank you all and thank the committee for the time that they have put into this process and the commitment. Before we leave, President Emeritus Chaka, you have something to say?
One is a vote of thanks to you, the awards committee, for a great job done. And I think it has ended up well, the procedure we've ended up taking. So all is well that ends well. So that's one. Thank you. The other is just a procedure matter, and I think it's for the future. Ideally, and I stand corrected, I think the committee recommends people for voting and approval. So I'm not too sure for today we will take them, even those who've been unopposed, but I would imagine that for the future still the members have to approve them. They could come through unopposed, recommended, but the members still reject them. It creates a problem, but I think for the future that might be a better way to go about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Emeritus. Yes, please keep the feedback coming. We will take all that on board. I have one here as well. So we're compiling all these issues with a view to improving. So thank you very much. I would now like to invite President Emeritus Matthias Nalenya to preside over the swearing in of the new executive. Thank you.
Yeah. First is committee member 2000 to date. Please come and. Huh?
Because they're taking up their positions here.
Yes.
Okay. I think that the returning officer has left, and therefore I am in charge of these proceedings. So, everybody who is going to assume office, come here, pick your paper, and say the oath of office. So, committee member 8699, who is that? Here. Assistant treasurer, you are here. Treasurer, vice president, president. Okay. Can we all stand in the line? Assistant Secretary will look for me to take his oath of office. No, we don't allow online swearing in. So, okay. I will stand in the middle next to the president. So create space for me here. Okay. Can each of you read out your name and the rest of the contents of your document? 1, 2, 3, start. Thank you all very much. I declare you to be in office. Mr. President, please, Mr. President and your members, assume your positions and let the president give his inaugural address and close the meeting. Please make sure that you sign your oath of office and hand it over. Please sign and hand it over.
Before the gentlemen, can I have your attention, please? A communication, gentlemen. We would like to capture, gentlemen, Wagawa Sirikako. Gentlemen, we would like to capture this attendance on your Nacoba portal account. All right? As many of you know, Zagalo, if you have not yet created your Nacoba portal account, we kindly request that you do it with Laura at the back. That account is capturing all your attendance to all the Nacoba events. So we don't want this one to miss out. And it can only be captured if you scan that QR code the very last time today. It is not the same, it's a different one, but its purpose is to capture that I, Mutawe Rubogo, attended the 2025 AGM. So when you open your account, it is right there. All right? You'll be different from someone who did not attend. Are we clear? Thank you. That's communication I wanted everyone to have.
No, this one is over talking here. Gentlemen, let's have some silence and we listen to the president's speech.
Members seated here today, I have no written speech. I didn't know well in advance that I was going to be sitting on this side. But I want to thank you all, first for the attendance, secondly for the trust that you've put in me. For 700 days, it's not a small number of days. Trust you put in me to steer this association with these members here. You need to pray for us as we brave these waters so that we can steer Namilyango College Old Boys Association forward. Move on from where Alex has left it. In my view, it was quite vibrant. We want to make it even more vibrant. pull up membership, improve subscriptions. And members, I'll ask them that you must, this is a voluntary calling, you must find time to serve on this and help the association grow. And we don't want the name Namilyango College to be lost in anything or obliterated with any dirt whatsoever. Members, I want to thank you once again. Those who are online, thank you once again for voting us into office. And I promise you that we shall deliver a very, very wonderful job. Once again, I thank you. At least none of them spoke like Sarah is told. If you want to give me, you can give me. Yes. I shall now, since I'm the one seated this side, Alex, I shall invite you for the turkey. That shall be served shortly. I've been sitting on meetings, and I learned from, I was a member of the Serena, and our chairman used to be the late Aga Khan. He would never sit in meetings that last for 1.5 hours or 2 hours. Well, beyond that, there's nothing much you're going to talk. So my meetings, members, will always be brief, short, to the point, pragmatic and practical. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Mr. President, next is the photo session. The first photograph is the outgoing president handing over to the incoming president. That will be here. Then the second photograph will be all presidents. That is your president and all your predecessors will come for a photo moment here. And then all the presidents of the offshoot leaders. The president plus the offshoot leaders. That's Nacoba Circle, Nacoba Market. Then we will go outside of the stairs for a group photograph. So, outgoing president, would you please come and take the moment with the incoming president? Next is the president and all president emeritus. The president and all. Then president and president emerituses. Okay. Current president and chairman of the offshoots. That is SACO chairman, Ngo League, Nacoba Consultants, Nacoba Market. Down. Ngo League. Ngo League. Ngo League is missing and Nacoba Market. Okay. Endowment fund, yes. Okay, now we all go at the stairs down for the group photograph. After that, we proceed to the dining hall.